earthquake. And they closed it to fix it for like a year or more. And it just destroyed traffic in the area. And we moved to the area right during that time, and our house was like 2 blocks from the part where everybody had to drive down and around. So it was like just a line every morning and night by, like, fortunately we weren't on the street. We were 2 blocks off it, but it was wild traffic. But we wound up moving up further north, but I don't know, even with that, I feel like it's still the city, but it's a little quieter, which I really like. Yeah.
All right, well, it's 9:29
All right.
now, so I'll introduce him quickly and then we'll get started. So this is Chris Beckman. He's going to be talking about how Linux gave him a career he didn't know existed.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so I will take 2 quick detours before I start, just because I think it might be entertaining. One of which, I have a tradition every year. I put Linux on something and bring it to the conference. And this year, this is a Google Pixel book, which is not supposed to run Linux. It's supposed to run Chrome OS. And I wonder if anybody can guess what the hardest part of getting it working was. Feel free to shout out, or I can share. I will note that it was locked, so it was.
Is it like TPM or secure boot?
It was the sound. But all of those things were difficult. It had to be, so they locked it so that you couldn't alter what OS was on it. That had to be jailbroken. Then you had to flash a custom UEFI BIOS because it didn't support switching. So it was like this machine has the community member who ported UEFI on the top of the BIOS, which I love. And then got a secure boot working, and then this has Arch Linux on it, and then that all probably took a day, which is about what I planned for it. And then sound and Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi was just a little finicky. I got that working. And then sound, I had to blacklist kernel modules. It was a real pain. One of those things, like, I'm one of those people who can't always let things go. So, so I got it working. Yeah, and the other detour is just, you know, I really love Linux Fest. It comes up in this, but we've been going for years. And so thank you all for coming. Okay, so I'm Chris Beckman. I'm a principal security engineer at TaxBit. I've been lucky enough to work at technology companies, hard to believe, but for around 10 years, including startups dedicated to II and blockchain projects, not at the same time so far, but, but both. And I hold my Juris Doctor, which is an unusual credential, and we'll get into how that happened, from the University of Iowa College of Law. Unusual for an engineer, not an unusual credential, but unusual for an engineer. So, agenda today, we're going to go through early days, college years, startups in Seattle, detours in a career, Linux Fest and building connections, and what should you take from this? And I'm going to interweave a little bit of that through the slides as we go. So, in the beginning, I cannot claim to have not, you know, in fact, this is not common among every engineer that I've worked with. But I cannot claim to have come to it later and figured it all out, you know, in college. I had computers very early, and I was lucky too. But it was at the dawn of the PC revolution, and there wasn't a lot of Linux, to be frank. But I had a computer, and you know, in my earliest memories, nobody else in the town I lived in, Burlington, didn't just have a computer, but generally wouldn't have known what a PC was or why you might have them. Occasionally, there would be like an Atari. Somebody would have an Atari, and that might be able to run. We had an Atari, but it was less likely to be thought of as a gaming machine than now, because it could run BASIC and a few other things. And then people might have Tandies, but it was really uncommon at the very beginning. At the very beginning, I didn't know nobody. I remember going to school in elementary and walking up to somebody and saying, I'm really excited about the, I remember it was 286 or 386, and going like, I don't know what you're talking about. We also had the internet early. So we had Gopher was actually prior to the World Wide Web. It was like a search engine that just came up with text files. So it was like, you would type in the search query, it would come up with a bunch of files, I think almost like Kazaa, but not distributed. And it would just download those files, and then you would read the text or image. It was early for images, obviously. And then the web came later. This is sadly at the Living Computer Museum, which is closed, but this is my original computer that I grew up with. I mentioned my grandma actually gave this to her family. She had explicit instructions that her grandchildren be allowed to use them, which would be unusual, sort of unusual in that time, because it's a serious piece of equipment that wasn't cheap. And why would a kid need to play with it? And at least the family story is that she thought that we would need to know it for our careers. And so, hats off to grandma. So again, I grew up in Burlington, Iowa. My dad, who's actually here, has an engineering background and later became a lawyer. And I had no concept of a career in tech at the time in Iowa, much less a career in cybersecurity, but he was very much a tinkerer and had computers around, and I benefited from that. Here's some early photos of me. I don't know what kit that was, but it was a cool kit. It had basically a CNC machine-like language in it. You could make parts move. So the first NIX machine I actually used was a NEX station, which was Steve Jobs' project when he got booted out of Apple. And my dad's law partner had one. I think he later had two, and they were incredibly exciting to see a NEX machine. I thought they were advanced. They had a UI like you've never seen before. The original web browser was created on a NEX machine. And so it had early web browsing before anything else did. And I just thought it was really cool. Like he let me use it. I actually helped him out at work sometimes, and then as an employee. And then I also helped him move it once. And one note about my former manager and my dad's former partner-in-law, he would have his legal secretaries use VI. That's Vim, for any of you who know it by that. VI is really hard to use. Not as hard as some of the earlier ones, obviously, but like today I just cannot imagine asking a legal secretary to try to figure out Vim. But he had high expectations. Yeah.
Could I ask, do you know how much it costs?
Oh boy, actually I'm going to defer that to my dad. Do you know?
The first computer was $5,000 for the computer, 2 floppy drives, no hard drive, and 250K of RAM, and a dot matrix printer.
And it's about $1,990.
Yeah, and he.
It was a lot of money.
Again,
In other words, I or my siblings would not or could not have just, we
bought
had
these
other
things.
expenses.
Yeah.
That was it'd be amazing, you could buy a car for that kind of money.
Yeah. So he was. I mean, he is.
Well, a cheap car,
Yeah.
maybe used car.
He was like us. He was a techie in town. There weren't that many of us. I knew, growing up as I got older, I kind of knew everybody. We'll get into that in a relatively small town in Iowa, like 20,000. So not tiny, but not huge. But this is again not the one he had. He had the station, which was that I may have YouTube later, but this is the next station at the Living Computer Museum, RIP. But I live, we live in an age where we have access to computing is everywhere. And if I could recommend anyone or any students, take advantage of that. Like I feel very privileged to have access to these things as early as I did. Other people did not. Many of the engineers I work with didn't get access to them until college, and I think that's incredible. But it is beneficial to play around with them early. I learned networking by hosting LAN parties. And you all probably, if you don't know what a LAN party is, you particularly back in the 90s or early 2000s, you would get computers together, plug them all into each other into a LAN, and then play early video games. And I know they still exist, but at the time, you have to understand, we didn't have a choice. Like the idea of going out on the web was unlikely in early computing. GameSpy was maybe the first one, but it didn't work very well. Nobody really had high-speed internet connections, so you wanted to play some video games with your friends, you had them haul their computers over. And I would like to emphasize, these were big computers. We blew out the power repeatedly. It usually took like all of a day or more, and most of the time was spent getting the networking running because we didn't know what we were doing. We were figuring out DHCP, we were figuring out all the bits and pieces of getting the networking working, and then we were lucky if we played, early Rainbow Six or whatever for an hour. I actually have a photo. Sorry, I went past it. I have a photo. This is from me running one of these LAN parties. You'll notice this is me good old CRTs, which we hauled to my house. You had to want it back then. More Mountain Dews. This is my dental bills in early college, right in front of you. But it was hands-on learning. Like, we really got into it. And it was also great to bond with others who like technology. And that's part of what Linux Fest is, I think. I will note, I'm not naming them because I value their privacy. One person at this party went on to be a current senior director at NVIDIA. So, we were playing around, but we also learned a lot. Linux in the real world. My father introduced a Linux server at his law office. He first used Red Hat and later SUSE Linux. So this is my first true experience to Linux. He digitized all of his legal records on it, and this was before anyone had heard of a paperless office. Like, even today, I don't think all offices truly have things digitized in the way that the office was doing it. So I love Raspberry Pis, and for more than just the electronics side of it, I do play around with true electronics projects, but I have used cheap Raspberry Pis to learn throughout my career. And I think there's something that people may not realize is that it's common in production to run containers, instances with fairly constrained resources. Like when I got into the tech world, I was running things on containers and instances that weren't that far off of what I ran on Raspberry Pis at home. Why is that? Why wouldn't you just throw resources that you don't want to pay for it? You'd rather break it into little pieces and run it in the cloud and not run up bills. And so you constrain down what it runs in so that it runs exactly how it's supposed to, surprisingly close to running it on a Raspberry Pi. And I also say, as you all know, junk computers can often run Linux great. So college, community, and Ubuntu. Hang on real quick. I actually studied art and journalism. I was randomly put on a computer science learning floor by chance, and this was a real stroke of luck. I followed a lot of my friends to take comp sci electives because that's what they were taking, and I didn't realize that they were really hard electives for me. I remember taking a Java flunk out course that I didn't know was a Java flunk out course, but it was good early learning. But in particular, Canonical in South Africa had a free CD program. Some of you may have heard of this, where they would send you a free CD of Ubuntu because the ISOs were too large to download even at that point in college for me. It wasn't practical. And so I ordered one, it showed up, and I hosted my own server at the dorm. And I then became the de facto DevOps engineer, which is like an infrastructure engineer, for the game dev club with the comp sci program. So I ran the Subversion server, which is an alternate to Git, it's older. I ran a file server, I ran all the project management or early open source tooling, and they were just happy to have it. So I became a very popular person for having done a free job for a club. And I also showed Ubuntu to my dad on break, and he switched the office over to it. So, and I have a distinct memory of coming home and going, this Ubuntu thing works really well, and I didn't have to pay for any licenses. And I think it took some working, but we got it going. And so Ubuntu became a real part of my early Linux experience. And this is actually not I don't have it anymore, I wish I did. But this was an identical photo to the one that came in the mail to me. I just love the image, the circle. And Linux runs the world. You can't learn something you don't use regularly. Before this point, a major barrier to using Linux was just getting a copy. And so they went out of their way to send me one. So detours and accidental career. I graduated after an economic crash, some of you will relate. And I went to law school at the University of Iowa with interests in justice and privacy. And I've emphasized before, law has actually been an incredibly useful background, even though it's not a typical background in my career. But it's definitely not directed. I would not tell anybody trying to get into my security position to go to law school. That said, I finished Seattle as a visiting student at the University of Washington, where they have an incredibly techy law school. I was very lucky. I took privacy courses, a security leadership course. So I was kind of able to customize it a bit for the career I wanted. And then after that, I moved to Seattle. My wife's from Seattle, and I got hired as an IT employee at an AI startup. And that looks like piecing together the little bits of tech background that I had. I'd done a lot of random things, sold a piece of software online, worked as a help desk employee at the University of Iowa Foundation, and I just weaved that into a background close enough to get a job in a startup in Seattle. And turns out Linux knowledge is deeply prized at tech companies. The fact that I, out of the box, knew how to run Linux, run servers, all of that, was a major foot in the door. And this conference is a great start to that kind of thing, volunteering online in open source projects. I don't know anybody at tech companies who doesn't respect that someone is a maintainer of an important repo. Those are all great ways for a career. This is actually the offices of that first. They do not exist anymore, although their technology was sold to a major company that services banks. It's called Lfnw. But the data science teams, the AI folks were all in the back. This was Hadoop, so big machine learning. And I loved working with them. Anytime I got a ticket to hook them up to some kind of new data source, it was the best part of my day, because they were incredibly knowledgeable and doing cool things. So promoted for knowing Linux. It was almost entirely that I knew Linux, networking, bash, that led me from going almost instantly from an IT role to engineering. It was like I showed up to do help desk, and they immediately moved me into on-call engineering and Terraform. And it was all an extension of what I'd learned running Ubuntu servers in the dorm. Like I went from doing it for fun in college to doing it as a job. Cheap old hardware is more than capable of helping you learn. These is an old photo of two ancient Cisco router and a switch that I think I got it off eBay for nothing. And it was because I didn't want to make a fool of myself at work for not knowing these things, A, and B, because I could learn it at home in a safe place and go to work and understand what I was doing. Home labs, in particular, are a great place to learn. So is self-hosting. My first introduction to Docker was actually a Synology NAS that I used for photography in school. It had the ability to run Docker. In fact, that was the only way to easily run your own processes that you wanted. And I said, well, if this is what it takes to get things running on my NAS, I'm going to learn it. Of course, Docker was everywhere by the time I got into this company. I think engineers at tech companies understand the value of keeping track with personal projects. And this was actually my Linux server at the time, my home lab, the machine to the left of my normal desktop. From systems to security, I was very curious about how systems failed and were compromised. I think maybe the legal background helped. I kind of understood the consequences, but at the same time, I've just always been a tinkerer. And I think that for me, breaking things is always the flip side of building things. I kind of like both. And so I moved first onto a security team. So I was the DevOps engineer on a security team. And then somebody left in one of the security roles, and I moved into the security role. I'd since had experience across startups, public companies, and regulated environments. I would emphasize this last point. I got early experience by demonstrating how to exploit vulnerabilities locally via open source CTFs. It's a little terrifying what's available on YouTube in terms of learning security and how to exploit things. But at the same time, that knowledge is all out there for free. If you want to go learn how to do open source CTFs, how to exploit vulnerabilities, it doesn't, if you're motivated, it exists for free on the internet. And building it at home and trying it, this essentially looks like setting up a known vulnerable environment and then intentionally exploiting it so that I understood how. That's there for you to do. Two areas that I like to highlight that are overlooked in security in my background are particularly creativity, but also psychology. I wish I'd taken more psych classes. I find the attitude of a good hacker to be very reminiscent of art school. The security people are very frequently the people who are willing to look outside the spec. They see the spec and see that as a starting place. How do you break it? How do you creatively move outside of that? And I think that's not always the way we think in engineering. It's certainly, I think, when you're typically building something, you don't think about the creative edge cases. So people don't highlight that an intermediate class or a postmodern art class might help you with security. I would posit that they do. And then social engineering, which is a significant part of security, is pure psychology, sociology. Those classes, just beginner level classes I took in college, just every time I hear a hack, I can just ping back to something in Soc. something in psych that relates to how the person was tricked or how they built confidence, or how a norm was broken. It's surprisingly relevant. So Linux is a lifelong threat. Linux has been a constant throughout my career. I think I've made, all of the companies I've worked at, the primary focus has been Linux production infrastructure. There has been the exception of maybe a couple Windows servers out there, and I've set up one, but it's almost all been Linux. Linux can be a shared language across generations, and attending Linux Fest Northwest with my father, who is here, has become a tradition. The open is both the source and the community. And I would say the first time I came to Linux Fest Northwest when I moved to Seattle, I do remember calling my dad and saying, you've got to see this. This is so cool. Our people are here. You got to come out and see this. So, learning to code can also be fun. I do sometimes get asked, well, you don't have a comp sci degree. Where did you learn to code? And I can point to a couple places. I had a high school programming course from a math teacher who just offered it on the side. It was the first time my high school had offered it. It was in Java, and it was like sparsely attended. And it was very good that I took it. It gave me an early grounding. And then I did take a couple classes in college, which helps. But I think the most I learned on programming was at home with books, and then trying out the things that I learned building little programs on my laptop. No course taught me that, although I got pieces here and there. It was really self-driven learning. And then, I just encourage everyone to sit down with a book that no one told you had to do, and see what you can get done. So why this all matters. Linux made my career possible. Open source can be an on-ramp, not a gate. And I have such gratitude to maintainers, contributors, and communities. Like, I spent a lot of time around open source communities. It's not just that you have the source, it's also that people are willing to help. People are engaged. I know somebody else who is an engineer at Oracle who contributes his entire career to online chat threads where he helped out with open source projects. And they needed him to become an expert in this and that. And they trained him up, and by the time he got into his career, he understood a lot about coding and systems. I've done my best to pass the ladder down both in my career and online. So this is another one of my later home labs. Proxmax is a hypervisor I've often used for projects. So Proxmax is based on Debian Linux. The couple things I will emphasize. This is actually a server supermicro that's built into just a regular computer case. So I was able to put just a ton of RAM in it. And again, this was a little later. My early home labs were all just some random older computer than my normal computer. But this one was a server motherboard, which primarily to me meant I could put tons of memory in it, which, bad topic right now. I know memory's really expensive, but at the time I could get it very cheaply. And then, on this thing I'd run Proxmox, and then on top of that I'd run, Docker Compose, or I'd run things directly on instances. But there's always something running at home on it. And last point here, you can't really learn to be good at anything without making mistakes. And work is not always, sometimes a safe workplace can be a great place where they give you a development environment. They encourage you to try things. But I would say even better is to do it in a place where you know it won't have real impacts, and that can be at home. For me, it certainly has been. And I showed you earlier the Cisco devices. This home lab helped me learn coding and systems in a way that meant that I could, if it broke, I didn't take things down at work. You don't need high power servers to run projects. Please consider your power bill. And I do know people who it's just like a hobby, right? And I very much respect that. But where they're running true big server hardware at home, that's very cool. But do keep track of your power bill. They're loud. They're very, very power heavy. And there is a reason why companies sell them off at a certain point, because they don't want to run them for the power, for the amount of performance they actually get. This is my home lab at home. But it's not as intense as it looks. This is actually just a computer that I bought entirely off of RePC and then threw a used 3090 in for AI instances. And it has can do This down here is a AM5, which I use as the primary. So that's just a regular old desktop, a Ryzen desktop, or not, a Ryzen desktop. And below that are two N305s, which are like laptop class hardware that I have fitted into cases that can be rack mounted. All of that is super low power. It doesn't cost a lot of money, and it means that I can run failover instances, I can run things on them, but I'm not having huge power bills. And this guy's also an N305 that I've turned into a NAS. So it has storage across it all. It's ZFS, and then they're paired grade 1. So a couple notes. Over my career, I've taken advantage of the fact that you can get really good deals at university surplus locations. So UW surplus, that I don't know if there's one here. University of Iowa has an amazing surplus. And when I moved to Seattle, I remember thinking I may have gotten too many things from the University of Iowa surplus because I had to get rid of a lot of it because all my stuff went into one of those pods. But point being, you can get good, cheap hardware at these places. RePC, I would highlight in Seattle. A lot of companies donate their equipment to RePC. There's 2 locations. And you can go there and find a lot of these parts, this power part, they sell for huge amounts on Amazon, used in good condition at RePC from a company that's no longer using them. They're $5. So some tips. Racks can be useful for organization, but again, consider where you might be able to use cheaper parts. Also, and this is where I, hats off to my dad, Linux is about building connections too. So, Linux Fest is something special. Please keep coming and supporting it. I really look forward every year to hanging out with my dad and coming to this. And I really love the community nature of it, but at the same time, it's like a wonderful mix of community and incredible engineering knowledge. I think some of the most interesting technical talks I've ever been to have been at this conference, and it's you just kind of never know what the next talk is going to be. So just a love letter to the conference. Key takeaways: careers can grow from curiosity, not credentials. Linux is cultural infrastructure, not just software. We have incredible access to learn technology used in tech careers at home, and tinkering is a legitimate way into a career. The community impact of open source often outlives the code. I think for me it certainly has. And that Linux can be a lifelong, even intergenerational connection. That's my talk. And any questions? Yeah?
How would you suggest somebody starting out learn cloud when obviously it's not something you can do in your home lab? There's a cost involved, but what are some of the lower cost ways of?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have a couple different answers there. One is that the cloud really is somebody else's hypervisor and setup. And so that the basics of the cloud can still truly be run at home. The Proxmox has an API that you can automate with Terraform. That kind of automation is very similar to the kind of automation that we do in the cloud. So you can learn the fundamentals of how we manage the cloud at home, even though it's not the same exact APIs. Second to that, I would say I often use cheaper, simpler providers. Hetzner is one of them. There's a number, Linode, that don't, because the risk of learning on something like AWS is the cost that, or Azure, the amount of money you can accidentally spend.
Yeah.
If you ever go into the AWS or Azure Reddit, or cloud Reddit, every couple months you'll see somebody who's like, help me. I spent $300 in AWS and I don't know how I did it. How do I undo it? Don't do that. Spare yourself that. You can learn in cheaper, simpler environments, be that, Hetzner has the basic pieces of the cloud, which are compute, storage, networking, that you can still do those things. Those are the things you need to learn first. So you don't need right away to get into all the extra managed stuff that the cloud has. Any others? So, yeah, I actually am currently running Ubuntu. And I've kind of made a journey there. I briefly moved a lot of things to NixOS, which if you've heard of it, NixOS has a lot of cool benefits around. So Nix is a distro where you can, almost like configuration as code, specify exactly how it's supposed to run before it launches, and the idea is it will stay that way. But it adds a lot of complexity. And for my at-home purposes, I often try to keep things simpler and more out of the box than I do at work even, because at home I don't want it to be like a job. I want to quickly get things done. It's okay if it runs a little bigger or a little more complex. So Ubuntu. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe this is more a question for your father, but I'm curious why he decided to move from Red Hat to Ubuntu when you.
Yeah.
Was it the cost? Was it when they went to a subscription model, or
Right,
just
cost
found?
was a major factor. I went from Red Hat to SUSE, I think it was something else, and then to Ubuntu.
Okay.
But I'm down to one Ubuntu server now. But I really like Ubuntu. I've used it for years. And I run, well, actually, there was a period where I had a Windows server and in the office, this is in the office. And after a few years, you know, computers are bogs down, get slower and slower. This thing's too slow to run. And then I put Linux on it, and it run fine, and it'd go another 5 years or whatever. And after we're doing this few years, I finally came to the conclusion, forget Windows, just go to Ubuntu. We don't need to do the first step. And the other thing is, you could run it on such low hardware. I mean, the server aspects. You don't need, I mean, where I'm struggling to get power, both of us have a hobby of photography. And with photographs and video, you need high power. But Ubuntu will run on a Raspberry Pi. I mean, go get a junk computer. Those, we were just in the one in Seattle. God, it's amazing what's in there. And you know, everything's $5 and $10, motherboard and, you know, case, or, I mean, it's not gonna run Photoshop. If you're talking about running a network, it's gonna work great.
I'll also say that that particular Chromebook, I actually bought it for my spouse originally, but you know, with Chrome OS, it's kind of limited, and because they locked it down, it's good hardware, but nobody knows how to do anything with it, and so they sell for like a fraction. Google kind of stopped supporting them as well. They sell for a fraction of what they were supposed to when they launched, and with in this case, it's Arch, but I put Arch on it, and it's like, this thing runs great now, super fast. So, yeah.
On those Chromebooks, just since you mentioned that, just curious, is it pretty easy to run Linux on any one of the Chromebooks? I'm not really into Chromebooks.
Yeah, so there's a hacking scene. It really depends. Some of them, it's pretty straightforward, and some of them, they tell you, don't do it. Like you can, but don't do it. And when the person who engineered the UEFI hack for Chrome OS tells you to not do it, you probably shouldn't. So yeah, but I'd say the standard well-known ones, you can get them to Linux.
Okay.
And I think the biggest challenge across the board I've seen online is the sound. Like a lot of them, Google didn't always port the sound drivers over to Linux. They kept them in Chrome OS. And so you have to, they often pull up the wrong sound module to do a lot of work there. But yeah, it's an active scene. So if you want to, you can definitely figure it out.
Yeah, just know because a lot of schools use and have used Chromebooks in the past in droves, basically. So you get hundreds and hundreds of them that may be recycled later on that probably could just run Linux fine.
Yeah, yeah. Well, maybe a future talk too. Cool. All right, anything else? All right, well, thank you all so much for coming. Enjoyed having you, and I enjoy Linux Fest.
Awesome. Cool. Right. Just unplug. Yep, the cable from your laptop. Perfect.
There you go. Wow, great. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Linux OS for?
A friend of mine 2 jobs ago is like diehard Linux, like diehard
Okay.
Linux. And
Yeah, 'cause I just
they
switched.
really know what they're talking about, so.
I'll see you at lunch.
Okay, sounds good. It is, I like Nix. I'd say the complexity sometimes overwhelms my own purposes.
Yeah.
But it is a cool idea and it does work.
I just switched my desktop over to it.
Yeah.
I guess like a month or 2 ago.
Yeah.
I had it running on one of the servers at home.
Yeah.
It's definitely, yeah, there's a learning curve,
There's a
but
learning curve. Yeah.
I don't know, it's cool, and it
Yeah.
seems like there's a lot you can do, like create virtual machines
Yeah.
and
I feel like there's sort of-
ISOs and stuff really easily.
There's 2 approaches that people have taken, either to get Linux in production as small as possible, and then you kind of don't have to worry that it's not declarative because it's so little that you can kind of boss it around. You can, the commands you do have to run against it aren't complex. Or you can take the declarative route like Nix and just everything gets specified in configuration before it starts. And I think in production, the small is where I see more often.
Mhm.
But Nix has a strong, loyal base. And I also see the package manager in places other than Nix OS. Like, you can use it, I've seen it in AI builds. Like, people put the package manager on other distros
Mhm.
because it still brings a lot of benefits.
Yeah, I need to throw it on the Apple laptop.
Nice. Yeah, you mean the package manager?
Yeah.
What was your name again?
Morgan.
Morgan. Have we met? You look familiar. Maybe I just saw you last year if you were here.
This is my first year at Linux Fest. I was at Siegel.
No, maybe just here, kind of.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Morgan, nice to meet you.
Cool, yeah, nice to meet you. Question for you, is there a Wi-Fi network that we're able to get on?
Yes, there is. So it should be labeled as just Linux Fest.
Okay, I saw that. Do you know what the password is?
Yes. So it's thank you, CSS, no spaces, no capitals.
Thank you, CSS.
Yes.
Cool, there we go. Awesome, thanks so much.
Of course.
I remember this room. This was the room with the funky subtitles.
Yes, that's right.
The guy was talking about wondering that projector doesn't open up okay subtitle projector. Yeah.
I think you're being listened to. But not me, apparently.
You're saying? Seat reference?
Somebody's.
You know, is there a Linux Fest plan?
Yep. It's Linux Fest. I think is the Wi-Fi access point. I don't remember the password. But it's in the exhibition hall.
Is it the exhibition hall so
Yeah.
over there?
The password is thank you CSS.
There you go.
There you go, caps.
It's all lowercase. No spaces either.
Like,
Yeah.
Thank you, what?
CSS.
CSS.
Mhm.
Right here. No, it's Storm Chaser, and I guess he got too close. He got stuck in a ditch and. Oops.
I somehow must have tried to do something here.
well, you could yourself though.
Oh.
Yeah, that was in Oklahoma.
Here for the next one?
Yep.
Perfect. The speaker's not here yet, but everything should be all set up. The splitter is not attached right now just because it wasn't working with the last computer.
Okay.
So if you have any issues, that might be why when they bring their laptop.
Get ready, April 28th. Something about XP games is on the 28th. Says they made an announcement.
Oh, is XP Games the one who just turned it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, back rooms at on the 28th.
Okay.
That was the last time.
No, but it's,
First time.
well, when you go, twice included this one or twice not included this one?
This is my third.
There you go, okay.
I think we were 18 and 19.
The
And
move
19
was-
we went with.
19.
Yeah.
That was last time you went? That was a while ago.
Well, that was COVID.
battery life on it is not fantastic,
Yeah, the one
but
that's
it's
bad.
that move. And then just came out the Mark 13 Pro. So
I'm not sure about all that much. I think most of the stuff you I already knew about. It's good to put it in.
Okay.
Which is what I was looking for.
I like
Or
it.
that you can swap the chassis and do a larger battery, is that true for the 13? Yeah.
I just have a 1.5.
Yeah.
They do have a battery.
Yeah.
I like to work.
Go back to work, get more works.
Okay. We would definitely be part of your right here.
Yeah.
Just put it in. That's so cool.
I think that is a, you know, forever, my next computer, that's what I hope to get.
I like it a lot. Nice.
When things aren't getting simpler, they're getting more complicated.
Yeah.
They're all
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, with the G string and all of that, so straightforward.
Yeah. He's still living.
Makes it all worth it, yeah. Nice.
We'll see how long prices persist. High, but they're not that low.
They're not running for last year, but.
Are you guys on here? Oh, this is the 10:30. Oh, I didn't realize this was like a workshop setup. You guys can actually build an internet in a box, but I don't know, we'll have to figure it out. All right. Can I go ahead and set up?
You speaker?
I'm one of the speakers. Yes, we have 2 other speakers coming, but I have a computer, or if you have a computer, I can give you a Google Drive link. What do you prefer?
I don't know. Who has?
I have,
Who will have the projector?
It's just one slide deck on Google Drive.
Yeah.
So I have a computer, but if you are able to plug in a computer, that's fine too.
I don't have a computer with me.
You don't have a computer, so it's just mine?
Yes.
Okay. You're asking, okay. Do you have USB, or sorry, HDMI to USB-C?
You need HDMI USB-C?
We do, yes. If you have it, that would be so amazing, because all of us forgot it.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Isaac.
Isaac? Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all.
Oh, Mac, great.
Yes, so I need the speaker notes, so I need to figure out how to do that well, because it always takes me a while. Right. Oh, sorry, what's the Wi-Fi for the?
Wi-Fi, I think, would be
I don't think there's a password.
Linux Fest Northwest, password, thank you, CSS.
Linux Fest, just Linux Fest
Oh,
maybe?
yeah, Linux Fest.
Okay, and it's, what, thank you?
Thank you, CSS.
Like that?
Uh-huh.
CSS, cascading style sheets.
It's not that. That's what I think of when I.
When you hear it, what is it though?
I believe it's the company that was setting up the network.
Oh,
Like the Wi-Fi. that's
wonderful. Okay. Yep, I'm right there. Allow to connect. I'm not online yet though.
Okay.
Oh, are you all recording every talk?
Yes.
Amazing. Okay, so we were gonna have a friend record.
Huh?
Who's my spot?
Okay. Do you have a chair? I'm also a speaker.
Oh, okay. That works. Probably.
Okay.
Or there. Or
I'll just stand.
But you're not streaming, right?
We are streaming.
Oh, you are streaming?
Mhm.
Oh, this is live.
Yes.
Good to know.
Yes.
Okay. I think we should have checked all these details beforehand. So I didn't realize, are there computers actually attached to each workstation?
No.
Okay, good to know. That's good. That I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting like lecture hall, so this
Yeah,
is
this
great.
is just like,
Amazing.
they're all classrooms.
All right. I can't get online.
Okay.
BTC hotspot?
BDC hotspot
Is that like the
is,
public one?
I could
I've
try
been using
that.
Is that like a fake one?
That looks like is that really a hotspot or is it a Wi-Fi?
that is Wi-Fi, but it's.
I've been using that one.
That one's more likely to fit the small thing. More likely to fit the small.
Where's Adam?
He's coming. We were setting up the booth, so. Okay, I'm on BTC hotspot, so we'll go with that, okay?
Okay. There might be a captive portal.
No, it works. I'm good.
That's strange. Okay.
That very strange, but life is strange, so we'll just go with that. All right, so. All right, am I projecting yet? No.
You have a blank screen, but it is getting a signal.
It is getting a signal. I can check system settings. Display. And which one? No, I don't want extend necessarily.
If you want speaker notes, it probably
Okay,
would be
it's
extend.
USB capture. Oh, there it goes. Okay. It looked like it had it.
That's what it did last time. It flashed the background after.
Okay, where is the extend? Sorry, I always forget. It's monitor. Let's see.
Maybe if you click the big monitor.
Arrange multiple displays. Here we go. Nope, that's right. Display settings, maybe. Oh, maybe this. Nope, I already did that. It's not. Okay, try again.
Yeah.
All right. No, but that's the same thing it did. It flashes once and then it stops. But if I could do slideshow, presenter view. Is it already in extend mode?
Yeah, I think it probably last time.
No, it's not, because it's not showing the background. So otherwise it would show the background. Is there anything we can do?
Do you have a different USB?
This should work. They don't. It's usually not. Is it already in extended mode? Is there a master slides? Oh, is this me speaking?
Or do you have to? No, never mind. It's probably
I guess there's like.
not clear.
No. Maybe. I don't know. Okay.
We're experimenting technical difficulties.
Is there somebody that can help?
I am calling people.
Call on people. Okay, thank you. I'll try again. So I'll go back to display. Can you tell Adam that there's already a lot of people here? Or not a lot of people, but tell him there's folks here. Hi guys, we're trying to get our presentation going. Just give us 1 second. Oh, here we go. Extended display, mirror. Stop mirroring. It's thinking it's projecting.
Are you able to move your mouse out?
I don't want that. Am I able? No, I'm not. It thinks it's projecting, but it's not. flashes for a second.
I could try doing it for
So
myself.
Okay, so we got a black screen, and let's get rid of that.
Oh, I accidentally changed this to not be the main
Oh, is
display.
that?
Oh, that was a
Oh, no,
bad idea.
yeah, let's try to use this.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, the power cord is so... Got it. Yes, oh, sorry. Yeah, we got it. I just need to put on the projector.
Okay. And if I go into presentation mode,
We're gonna glitch there. What was that?
I think it.
Oh, yeah, that's the splitter thing. Hold on a minute. What if I do this now? It's gonna disconnect for a moment. Put it back.
hi, you both are here. Hello.
Restart OBS.
Okay.
Oh, no, we're good.
Okay, but
Oh,
it's
it's gone?
No, this happens every time.
Really?
Oh, I
Yes.
see the mouse now.
Before.
Oh, can you exit presentation mode?
That's actually
Oh,
dust.
okay.
It's dust.
I'm
If it
exit.
only works with the splitter, just use that, even with the weird visual effect. But
Okay.
Well, it was.
And then
working.
now
restart?
it's not.
It
Yeah,
was
restart
working
it.
before you did the last minute thing.
If I was
Shut up,
hoping.
huh? Now we're getting no signal at all.
But that's.
Wait, it's because we're not plugged in. Where do they shrink?
here.
Go? Yeah, where's the? Oh, you put it in the splitter. Got it. Yeah, just use that, even if it's glitchy. This thing is hot in here. Let's open some windows.
Totally what? Pedestrian. He's got a plan. Yeah. You know, negotiating about how much.
Let me know when you want me to start presenting.
Do you know how to put it back on the projector?
Projector output.
Yep, full screen projector, and then the second option. Nice.
Cool. Okay. And
Okay.
then, yeah, start presenting.
You want me to start presenting?
Yep.
Okay.
And then you'll need to move this.
To
Yep.
here, is that good?
Yep.
Okay. And
Full screen.
and then is there a full screen button? Sorry, where is that? I can't.
Don't click the top bar.
Up here?
Yeah.
Sorry, my eyesight's not that great.
Here.
Yeah.
10 pixels to the left. 5 pixels
Oh my
down.
goodness, that's so difficult.
Oh, I see it now. I can go. I got it. I got it. You're going to the left, right?
Yeah.
Like here?
Almost.
Further left?
Further left.
Tell me when to stop. Tell me when to stop. Right there?
Can you not do a mirror on your display settings?
These speaker notes.
I want to
Supported by modern UI development.
Got it. Yeah, click that.
Maybe you need a left click instead of right click. Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Is that right? No.
No.
What am I doing? Okay. I can't. My
Would you
eyes-
mind if I
Oh.
go ahead and try?
Yeah, go ahead. You're probably more. I can't read that far. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Who's an expert at video games? We need hand-eye
Oops,
coordination.
where's the mouse?
You're giving away all my secrets.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I went back.
You're good. It's okay.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Can you press like command?
Oh, it's like a delay. That's why it's so hard to. Oh, and the touchpad's very sensitive.
He's blaming the delay. He's a pure gamer. He's finding
Oh, what are
keyboard.
these settings? What does it say up there? I've never seen this before.
I need a left click.
Full screen. Full screen. And what does it say now? That was like a maze.
Entire screen or left of full screen.
Is that-
right of full screen? Smash.
There we go.
And then.
Okay.
Don't
Um,
touch anything.
so is this is muted? Should this be on?
They
So
shouldn't be
they're
muted.
streaming and recording.
I mean, they have
Yeah.
the text to speech.
That's
already.
working.
The text to speech is working.
Yep, it's working.
So it's okay if this is muted?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
We're not doing
it is.
ASMR.
It is working.
Oh, it is working. The red light is. Oh, so let's see.
Click at the end.
Hello. Hi. Oh, it seems like the text to speech or speech. There we go. Okay. Awesome.
Just a delay
Okay,
in
just
the
a delay.
PCM.
Okay, awesome. Okay, awesome. Hi all. It's great to see a full room. Thanks for having us. All right, we're set and ready to go, and it's great to see some familiar faces in the audience, and great to have you all here and get kicked off. I'm turning over to Adam. Get us kicked off.
Thanks. Not really my talk, but I've
been asked to introduce. And so we're changing our story to finally, after it's almost 15 years now, give the real mixing and remixing story to locals that Apple promised us 20 years ago, remix, and now we should actually do it. It's funny that the young ones don't know what this word is. So should I explain that, or are we okay in this room? Anyone not know what sneaker nets are? Okay, so I guess we should explain it. There was a time, probably the 80s, or was it the 90s, I'm not sure, where there was no reliable Wi-Fi or Ethernet. So we used this. And sneaker nets meant floppy disks. And it was faster and more reliable than waiting for the networking guy. And yeah, it was usually a guy to come 3 hours later, repair the situation. So this is now more of a metaphor, but I think it's a fantastic one. Thinking about local content, indigenous ideas, voices that so often have been just washed under the carpet. So we want to bring those back. And so we'll talk about a couple ways that we're doing that. And we're giving people the tools to do that more correctly. Next. So last year we were told a quarter of humanity, maybe a little more, is offline. These are some guys we ran into at a school in Haiti where our work is used in Go Naive to a degree anyways. And so like we just need to ask ourselves, why are we doing this? FOMO is an acronym. Okay, who doesn't know what FOMO is? Okay, fear of missing out. So what are we really missing out? What are we missing? When I lived in Haiti briefly, 2012, 2012, that time range, everyone told me that I was a loser because I was not on Facebook. So I was the one missing out. So we're trying to think, what does it mean to be missing out from the internet? So next slide, let's think about this question a little more. 15 years later, I'm hearing a lot of the opposite. A lot of people online wish they were offline. So something's changed in the last 15 years. I'm not sure what, but we're hearing more and more that we want to go back to those times 15, maybe 30 years ago. The internet seemed a little more innocent back then. Why is that? There's a lot of that question circulating now. What is community? What is unity? Deep questions. We can't answer them, but we've got some tools to help people to bring the healthiest parts of the internet to those that they cherish. Next. So this is where we started, and it's still a really important place to begin. These are legal. We can tell you how to bring some of the illegal parts of the internet into your library if you want that, but it's good to start with the legal stuff. Khan Academy is evolved into Calibri, fantastic San Diego project, UCSD. It really helps teachers instead of just dumping videos on your kids. They've gone really far in the last decade, or maybe more like us, decade and a half if you go to their roots, K-Lite on Raspberry Pi, eons ago. Most people are familiar with Kiwix, but let's just give the brief version of the story. It's not just Wikipedia, but you really do get all of Wikipedia, the images, in a tiny file, compressed super intelligently. It works on the most, almost works on the most decrepit Raspberry Pis. It's a little clunky on these 02Ws, but it does work. Half a gig of RAM, it does work. If Wikipedia Store is in stock, if you buy our product from the official Wikipedia Store, you'll see the first page might take 20 seconds to load, but yeah, that's what happens with old hardware. It does work, etc. So we're very proud of OpenStreetMap. Jacob will explain as much of that as you want later on in this talk, because it was internet in a box. Back when it was at Caltech, loved, an actual Pasadena community project. It was them, and we borrowed their name. We joined up with them eons ago. So we're very proud of this, and we're taking it to a whole new level, but that's Jacob's job to explain that later, etc. We're kind of well known in the Wikipedia circles for our medical work. We can talk about that, and also we have an ebook system that grabs videos from YouTube as well. We don't like to push those buttons, because that would be a legal problem, but we provided tools. Next. So what's happened over the last decade, 15 years? This article came out a few weeks ago. When did it come out? Yeah, maybe 5 weeks ago. Some guy that I barely know, but I'm getting to know in Massachusetts, where I live, has sold 5,000 or more, I guess, of our product to preppers around the world. What does that mean? Well, he's got this interesting quote here. Yeah, you got these end-of-the-world doomsday preppers, but he says we're not trying to trade on fear. There's a lot of fear going around these days, but I like his summary here. And it is interesting that whenever another country is invaded, apparently his sales go up a lot. Anyway, so I tend to believe him, but you know, it's an interesting point he makes here, that you could make a lot of money by trading on fear. That's not our goal, but apparently it works. Anyway, this is just one of countless examples. We essentially began in Haiti with a bunch of us bringing hard drives and materials to Haiti because we had no choice 15 years ago. And we've evolved a lot. I'm just going to mention a few before handing it over. We have a lot of schools and clinics in various Latin American places. And as they said a few weeks ago, do read this article if you're into this topic. The title is Internet in a Box, Prepper Disk Brings Online Knowledge Off Grid. It's a fun article from a few weeks ago in earjunkie.com. But this is where we are today. You know, it's wealthy and poor who are interested in these ideas. So something's changing, I'm not sure what. So should Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts be building this themselves? I think so, but it does take a lot of coordination. And so we're gonna go into some of that, how you build your own Internet in the Box. Nothing stopping you. Yeah. So, oh, one more, okay. Again, why are we here? And what does it mean to be your own curriculum committee? Yeah, it means you gotta do some of this real work. You gotta do some of this hard work. And some of this is apparently spiritual work and like doing the digital janitorial work of assembling all this content. Apparently libraries don't build themselves. People go to library school. So we had to wake up to these ideas over the last 15 years. Schools don't just run themselves, and bookshelves don't just fill themselves, and there's legal issues, and there's all of that. But yeah, it's a fun place to be, and I'd encourage you to build your own if you want. But these guys will go into the details. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. All right, that was great. Am I okay to stand here? Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, I'm Avni Khatri, by the way, and I volunteer with Internet in a Box, have been for the last 10 years, and used to work with kids on computers prior to that, and I work at GitHub in my day job. So I lead the education team. So I just love this space quite a bit, and I'm happy to talk to anyone about GitHub, getting kids into coding, working with kids, love all, and students like as well. So love all that. So I think as Adam mentioned, like Internet in a Box started as access infrastructure, right? Like to deliver offline knowledge. And originally, Internet in a Box followed the classical distribution model where you have like curated content bundles that are shipped to devices, right? And Adam has colorful ones. I have a gray one here with me. We love these, so come check us out at we're in the expo hall today as well. So
also say what they do.
Oh, what?
10 students can connect to that.
Oh yeah, so 10 students can connect to this because of the little Raspberry Pi.
It's not an eraser. It's a computer.
It's a computer. So there's a zero. It looks like an eraser, right? So there's a 0 to W inside here, and it has a hotspot on it, right? So if you have your laptop, if I had this plugged in, it would actually allow you to allow 10 of you to connect at one time. And if we knew this was going to be a workshop, we would have you all like on multipass installing Internet in a Box too. But and the model, like the curated content bundles that are, curated by administrators, it works well for, Adam doesn't like this word, but scale and reliability, and is good. But I think the question that came to us is like, is it good enough? It's fundamentally one directional, right? It means that you have administrators deciding for their community, for their students, like what is the content they should receive, and users consume, right? So admins curate, package, and push, and users consume. And even when the content is high quality, the system structurally like limits, it limits the content to being read only for the community, and the students and communities become consumers only. So it's like, the consumption model, like I don't know if you guys have heard of, I'm sure you have, but doom scrolling, right? Like you become just a consumer. And I think we want to really encourage students especially, but everyone really, to be creators. And here at this conference, like we're all trying to be builders, right, of some sort. So I think that is the direction we want to go. And we realize that, yes, we've worked in a lot of underserved areas, but we also want to work in areas where, for lack of a better word, like where we're privileged already, but we're realizing that it's not all about consumption, right? And it should also be about creation. And we want to move away from internet in a boxes becoming like islands with authorship only given to specific gatekeepers. And we want like everyone to be able to contribute. And the gems are amazing, right? They really are. And I love the word learning gems, learning bouquets. Adam and I use that all the time. The gems constituted a library the community like could read but not write in. And it begs the question, like, what is true learning, right? And is it just the consumption of content, or is it an opportunity to create your own? And I love this quote from Paulo Freire. I'm probably butchering the name, I'm sorry. He's a Brazilian educator and philosopher, and whose work like really revolutionized global thought on education. And he's best known for Pedagogy of the Oppressed, in which he reimagines teaching as a collaborative act of liberation rather than transmission. So instead of just giving information, it becomes one where you build critical thinking skills, problem solving skills. And he's also a founder of critical pedagogy. And we find that the demand is there. So when working with communities, something else keeps coming up. People don't just want to consume content, they want to contribute to it. So the photo where you see Adam working with a student in the upper center there, so that we were visiting a community, it's near Playa del Carmen in November 2024. It's called Nuevo Nobec. And the school name is Solidaridad Secondary School. And we were showing them Internet in a Box. They had received one through Canbal. That's a group that we work with in the upper right, Canbal. They're a Mexican nonprofit based in Mexico. And the school was getting a newer version of Internet in a Box and doing a demo, and the teacher had done this amazing job preparing the lesson, right? So if you can imagine, a teacher has different modalities of disseminating learning content, and one of them was Internet in a Box, but also they have like their traditional textbook, and they also have their chalkboard. So it was like this, being in this like twilight zone where I could see like going from 1950s to today with the realm of modalities available, the modes available. And the teacher had prepared this great lesson on China and Mexico and the relationship between the two, and had like the textbook page marked out that the students needed to read, had figured out a Wikipedia article that the students needed to read, and then had put questions on the chalkboard that the students need to use like the textbook and Internet in a Box to answer those questions. And then the students were working in their notebooks, writing the answers and then submitting them by paper to the teacher, right? And Adam had some great questions about like how many Mexicos can fit into China, and all the kids were like trying to use their internet, connecting to Internet in a Boxes. The one Internet in a Box in the room was a Raspberry Pi that you, similar to the one that you see in the left side there. It's basically a Raspberry Pi. I think some of the Raspberry Pis can have up to 32 connections, the old 3B Plus, and then the 4s can have 20 or so, something like that. Okay. Oh, we lost connection. Oh, sorry, that's me. Okay, sorry. Give me a second. My computer goes to sleep sometimes. Okay. So then, it was just amazing because and I think the teacher had prepped the kids that day because we were coming, but almost all the kids had a phone in the classroom, right? Like they had their phone or their parents' phone. It was like usually an Android phone, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But they had a phone, they brought it, they were able to connect to that Raspberry Pi that was in the classroom and do the lesson. And it was just phenomenal, right? before I jump on to actually, so then we were debriefing with some of the teachers afterwards, and Manuel, the professor, or the teacher, one of the main teachers there, he requested that the students be allowed to upload homework. He's like, why are we still using paper? Like, he's like, it'd be amazing if the students could just submit from their phone the work, instead of having to write it on paper, if they could just type it on the phone or type it on their tablet and then just submit it back to the internet in a box. And the teacher, you know, he had his assignment on a USB stick. It'd be great if all the submissions came back on a USB stick, right? That was he just threw that out there. Mentioned it maybe like in 60 seconds or so, and I'll show you what happens next. But before I do, I want to just make sure you all are clear about this middle here. This is a great story as well, because this is Malombe, one of our friends in Kenya. He actually uses Internet in a Box to, he basically established Internet in a Box or provided Internet in a Box to over 50 schools across Africa. I think about 30 of them are in Kenya, where he's based. But what he's done is a model where he has a server from China, and he put Internet in a Box on that. He has like 10 to 15 tablets in a travel suitcase, you know, those big suitcases where you carry musical equipment. A Wi-Fi extender. He also has solar panels. So basically, he'll go and people will get will get Internet in a Boxes for like a week at a time, right? And then some schools will pay to have it longer, right? So he's established. He has a CS degree. He has instructional design degree, and this is his life, right? He's made a living doing Internet in a Box work, and he's just so smart and amazing. He's working with the Kenyan government to figure out what is the right curriculum to provide the schools, and then was also very excited about what I'm about to show you next as well. We also have our friend Ed, who's based in London but is from Zimbabwe. He set up a community center. So this one and that one actually is in Zimbabwe at his community hall that he set up, I think, last year as well. So just some amazing stories just from the work that we do, and really keeps us going. So Manuel made that request, right? So going back to Manuel and in Mexico, he's like, well, I really don't, what if the teacher didn't have to read all these handwritten notes and collect all these papers and figure it out? Can you make it easier? So we designed it, right? We're like, how do we make it as simple as possible? Because that was the goal. It's like, we want the user experience to be simple, simple, simple. We've had trouble in the past, like when I worked with the kids on computers many eons ago, we used to try to have we used to set up Khan Academy server accounts, and every student would have their own password, every computer would have their own password, and we would get so many emails like the following week, like the week after we left, going like, I can't log into the computer, can you help us, right? So I think what we've realized is we prioritizing easier access in these local communities where we're basically trading easier access for more security, right? I think that's really what we're doing here. But I think it's a worthwhile trade-off, especially in these communities where the risk of hacking is a little bit less. But we decided that we wanted to be able to plug in the USB drive, make it so that the teacher could already go to Box USB, and if they had a USB stick, they can plug it in. And imagine this is a Raspberry Pi, like the one you saw. They could plug their USB stick into the Raspberry Pi, and the content would be available to the students. But we wanted to make it so that when the student navigates to Box USB, instead of just consuming content, they could also upload content and then share, right? So as part of the design, we realized there's actually two use cases. There's Manuel's use case, right, where students can hand in homework easily and teachers can block students from cheating. Like, we made it so that there were two modes on the USB drive. Like, if a specific folder existed, the students could not see each other's work, because we realized Manuel was worried about cheating, right? Like, that was one of the things he was concerned about. And academic integrity. So yes, students could copy assignments. We found a way that we programmed it so that students could not see each other's work, but it was available. The file was still uploaded to the USB drive, and when the teacher took it out of the Internet in a Box, they could see all the files. Then the other mode, it was actually Adam that realized that there's another opportunity here, right? Which is an opportunity to enable sharing of content across a whole community, right? So think about journalism, media, maybe code, local knowledge, and think about like the people in Gaza, war-torn regions or authoritarian regimes who desperately need a way to share content, right? And students, citizens, they upload photos or videos or projects to the USB stick inside Internet in a Box that's in this mode, this sharing mode. And instead of worrying about cheating, we welcome students and communities to look at each other's artistic and creative works and create what we're calling like a poor man's bulletin board system. And we feel like when the system supports expressive content, behavior changes quickly, and communities start browsing each other's work. They remix, iterate, and build on ideas locally. So really, love that we're able to provide that mode. And this photo here is, I'm going to butcher the name, I'm sorry, but it's Biblioteca Vasconcelos. I got it right. Okay, in Mexico City. So that was. I love Mexico, if you can't tell. Okay, so I spent a lot of time in Oaxaca when I was much younger. So Upload to USB, that's the name of the app. It introduces bidirectional flow. So a USB stick becomes the conduit to enable content to move in both directions into the system and out of it. And so then you start building this sense of conversation, right, with your learners, with your community, instead of being just a broadcast system. Okay, so, and then we built it, right? So no accounts, no cloud, just shared local space. And it had, just on a personal note, it had been years since I'd coded something from the ground up, and I had so much fun just rolling up my sleeves and building again. And I mentioned at the beginning, like I work at GitHub, so it was a little bit embarrassing because I had used, so I'm kind of dating myself here, and this is probably before a lot of y'all's time, but you started out with CVS as the version control system I was on, then SVN. Okay, thank you for nodding. I appreciate that so much. And then SVN, and then it was GitHub. So I understood the concepts of version control, but I wasn't a Git expert. And Adam spent hours teaching me to make sure I understood version control and learned it properly. But as part of building this, I learned what I needed to learn for my job too, which was a cool bonus. And it was just really great to get back into code. Simple web app, it's not anything spectacular, but it was good. Now I'd probably use Copilot to help me accelerate the work, but it was great for when I did it. And then we have Jerry also, who helped a lot with USB lib, and Ed in Zimbabwe, who I mentioned earlier, he helped QA everything we did. And you can see here, we have on the front page of Internet in a Box, if you have upload to USB enabled, which is enabled by default, you get instructions on how to use it. If you go to the box/USB, you get this screen here. It's a simple button, upload to USB up there. Then they get a quick, it's super simple. It's amazing, simple, how much work it took to design something so simple. But it's basically they upload it and it's done. And I don't know how I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna try. So I have a little, let me see if it works. Oh yeah, it's a quick demo, so you can see how simple it is. So I coincidentally picked a Raspberry Pi image to demo off of course. Okay, but you can see, and then that's it, right? And then the student has uploaded their work, and that's all it is. So, and so to recap, while Learning Gems provide access, Upload to USB provides access and enables participation. And we developed Upload to USB to bring about meaningful community exchange, enabling students to share files and photos offline with teachers and each other. And now I think we can expand it to the broader community. There's a one-line install to get Internet in a Box going. Come to our booth in the expo hall if you want to try it out yourself. I'll help you get up and going. And it enables the shift from content distribution to local content creation and exchange. And I know I'm harping on that, but I think it's so important that students and learners become creators and not just consumers. I'm such a consumer myself, so that's why I keep telling myself how important it is to create, right? And it moves, I think this starts to move Internet in a Box with a few labs to an environment where content creation and potentially a different type of distribution network. We were able to test it. Okay, I better hurry, sorry. And on our subsequent trip to Mexico, we were able to test it. We work in Oaxaca City, we work with our friend Ermis, who runs a meetup group there called Oaxaca Coders. They're mostly a Ruby group, but they do a lot of stuff. And Ruben Rodriguez Perez came with us, and he's the Triskel creator, the free software system. He gave a meetup talk, and I basically leveraged that ad hoc as the QA group for upload to USB, which was awesome. So I had a little Raspberry Pi 500, we plugged it in the USB, and had everyone in the room try to connect to it and upload content, and it worked well. And then a few days later, we took it to the classroom and had that same classroom, Manuel's school, where Manuel's teaches, and had students there test out the upload to be feature, and that was just amazing. Okay, there's more to do. There's a lot more to do. We've done a few things, like you can see here, like we've done detection of one and only one USB, so making sure there's not zero, not more than one. But there's a few other issues I have open, and I have it marked here. So if you're interested in helping, let me know. We'd love help. Double mounting, if you're an expert in writing to SD cards, and we want to make it so it doesn't damage the SD card. So would love help with that, and then the large file help as well. And I think Jacob's going to talk about another aspect of Internet in a Box, where we've made a lot of progress recently. And I think like upload to USB, like I mentioned, is the first step in building a sneakernet of Alexandria. One that allows like the intercambio cultural exchange of local and indigenous learning bouquets, right? And it's like when mass media has failed us, it fails to serve grassroots voices, online and off. I think something like this can really take hold and really be successful. And I think the future is thinking about sneakernets across communities, so thinking mesh. So we believe like grassroots movements can affect change, and we want to empower community organizers like you, technologists like you, teachers and learners everywhere to create, curate, and share their own learning bouquets, share your own learning bouquets to whoever you choose, right, without restrictions and without man-made barriers. And I'll leave you all with a quote from Benito Juarez, like, education is the principle on which freedom and advancement of peoples rest. So he's from Oaxaca, so in my heart. All right, and then I'm going to turn it over to, speaking of mesh networks, Jacob's going to talk to you about maps. So I'm going to turn it over to him.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So maps have long been a part of Internet in a Box, and they've been really popular for various reasons. For education purposes, people like to, for geography and learning about different countries, where they are, having an interactive map, where people, they don't have access to Google Maps because it's online and they're in an offline environment. It makes it possible to do that. And we're always looking for ways to improve them. Recently, we've been getting more into like high resolution satellite maps, and they matter for areas that are under mapped in OSM and OpenStreetMaps. If they're not mapped well, then satellite imagery can help bridge the gap there. And it's fun for students to see, oh, it's my house, woo! And also has other use cases like emergency planning and just like local knowledge. Here's an experiment. We're always experimenting with different ways to show geographic data. This shows 100 times exaggeration of elevation data. So like it's kind of like the old globes where you can feel, this is a mountain, where it's like completely exaggerated. So yeah, we're always experimenting with different ways. And recently, like this past week, I've been working on building like a cloud-free composite of like global satellite imagery. And one thing that I learned this week or last week was when you load up like Bing Maps or Google Maps on your phone, like the ocean data, what you see in the ocean, like the satellite on the left, like the satellite's image is on the left, like the satellites can only see like 30 meters below underwater. So it's actually two different data sets. And they collect this depth information, bathymetry, through like sonar. And they can also use like satellite gravity sensing altimeters. And that captures like 5,000 meter resolution of the ocean using gravity, which is really kind of crazy that it works. But that's how they're able to capture like the whole globe. And so, it's been pretty fun and interesting. And I'm building this because we want something that's maximally open licensed. There's a lot of options available, but like the public data, the source data, it's all like public domain. You just have to cite like Copernicus or like the European Space Agency. And so we just want to build something that's as open as that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Jacob. All right, Adam, do you want to take over this part?
Yeah, let's try and wrap up quickly.
Yes.
People have questions.
Yes.
But yeah, just to wrap up, we're lucky that the Caltech guys gave us this name, Internet Box. It's worked out really well for a decade. There's many others working on this stuff. So we just want to acknowledge these events coming up in the next few weeks. If anyone is serious about these topics, go to these events if you can afford to. It's not far away, British Columbia. It's like half an hour from here, I think. These are tremendous events where people are all working on these same problems. And it's not just us. We're happy that a lot of this is converged around us. We're largely a volunteer group. With 1 or 2 people are paid, like Jacob, thank you.
Do you want to mention?
But yeah, on the right side, there's a talk at 3 p.m., I think. Yeah, so if you're not familiar, you should be. So there's more and more Android work happening in space. Yeah, ARM is ARM, so it's not a big jump to go from Raspberry Pi to Android, or maybe it is. But please check out their talk. There's a lot happening in the Android world, particularly making your own Android apps while you're completely offline. Pretty radical concept, but I would recommend you check it out at 3 p.m. But let's zip through this. Yeah, I'm guessing
Jonathan's here.
that you might have a talk on this topic. Do you later or no?
Not here,
Oh, you don't?
but this is from B-Side Seattle, which was about a month ago, and it talks through how I created one for my neighborhood.
Well, you're missing out. I mean, actually, write this down. This is a very incredible 20-minute YouTube, right?
Yeah, it's 20 minutes. There's also, if you want to see an example of what this looks like, in the vendor room downstairs, there's a B-Sides Community Library Wi-Fi, which is an internet in a box. It's basically what I talk about here. And there's a QR code at the bottom you can scan to get to this.
Awesome. Yeah. Please write this down or come to us if you need it. This is amazing. And this was just posted a week ago or something, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
This is a great example of like internet in a box used by the community. Jonaby found us just searching, right? I think it was, and I think posted on our discussions, and I was like, hey.
You like hot fixes for me overnight before this.
And we're meeting right now during this talk. So we should rush it. Okay.
Open source. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, just to wrap up, this is an extremely open community. People get involved in all their own ways. People are starting stores, selling our work, and adding, translating. The hardware is changing because of the price problems this year especially. So people are having to rethink a lot of our hardware assumptions, etc. Yeah, this is just to close out here. Let's not forget the educators. We've learned a lot about librarians and educators since we began. Yeah, it really takes at least probably a troika. I used to say techies, teachers, and Twitterers, but maybe we should rename that last one.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you have questions, please, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was wondering about, so Internet of a Box, like you have this like ability to exchange files and whatnot. Have you ever looked into like making it extensible itself? And maybe code on the go would be another sort of thing for that, but like, is there ability to like modify what is running on Internet in a Box?
We accept pull requests.
Oh yeah, but I mean like if I was in like Manuel's scenario and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I can
I can give a couple answers.
Okay.
So there's this Ansible dungeon. Well, I should be more polite. So people create Ansible roles, and people do, and we include them in Internet in a Box. There's also this tradition coming out of Rachel. I don't know if some people know Rachel. It's an older version of this called Remote Area Community Hotspot for Education and Learning. It's just a directory of HTML assets, CSS, whatever. So that's another way of looking at extensibility. And there is this loose knit, I don't know, it's not even published yet, idea being discussed of expanding on that. Calibri Studio, I mentioned in the beginning. At the educator level, there's H5P. Have you heard of that? H5P is this open standard for interactive content. It's a lot more than HTML. Someone acquired it last year, but it's still pretty radically open and free, I think. But so there's a number of people trying to answer that. Maybe you should come talk.
And
yeah.
just to add on to that, there's a lot of interesting technologies in the mesh space, like node-to-node copy, like NNCP, which is based on like the Unix to Unix copy. But the hard part is like, how do we integrate this into a way that people can actually use and understand? Like people know USB sticks, which is why upload to USB actually works well. So that's the big thing that's preventing like a revolution is just like education and culture. How do we learn to use this weird thing? How do we build a good UI for this?
Yes.
So if I get this right, you've got information offline in a package. What is the method of making sure that information is up to date?
Oh, that's such a good question. So you want to take that? Yeah.
Who wants to take that?
Oh, what you want to?
Well, yeah, it's kind of the same thing where version control, making sure things are up to date, being able to sync like automatically to like ensure you have the latest copy is so. I mean, there's so many different challenges there where like you have to think about like application specific formats like ZIM files or like PM tiles in the case of like geospatial data.
Yeah, preview the FQR. That's where we're getting more serious about updatability. 115 gigabytes of English Wikipedia is hard to update.
A lot of folks thinking in particular, it changes rapidly, continuously.
Supposedly monthly, but so in a more practical, like maybe give a teaser as to where we're going with updatable map regions.
Well, that's more Dan's area, but I think for ZIM files specifically, like Wikipedia specifically, I'm not sure there's a mechanism in ZIM files to like be able to update. Like it's kind of like a baked format.
So, but we've handled it in different ways in different communities. I think in some communities that are more remote, like in Manuel's, like so the first time we went, like Handball had already been the prior time, and what they were doing was taking like new SD cards for that community, right? So basically it was an implementer coming and saying, okay, we got new data for you. Now there are some communities where there's local IT folks or local technologists that are able to go around and figure out how to connect that device that's in the classroom temporarily, and then update as is, right? So it's very situation specific, but I think Adam and Jacob and Dan are working on ways to think about like how do we make it.
There's also the fatalistic answer. The fatalistic answer is you can duplicate the entire SD card in an hour. So just do it.
Yeah.
Right? And a lot of these NGOs and small groups just go that route.
Yeah.
Because an hour is an hour, and like, well, you get security updates, you get everything revised. You just need someone to do that full curation once a year, once a semester, and that's also a valid answer.
Yeah.
Sneakers in it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then make sure you have that content you added. Okay, any other questions? Yes?
Any problems or concerns with like moderation, or it's not such a big deal because it's very local communities doing that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's a good question. So most of it has been trusted community members like contributing when they do contribute. I think in a classroom, like teacher, we're expecting a teacher to know their students and know very quickly if someone puts unsafe content on the internet in a box, like where it came from. It is a larger question though.
We had a lot of fun design questions. The Win Ovni was building that, because what is cheating on homework? And then there's like, you have to think about this, right? and maybe sometimes collaboration and cheating are a spectrum, right? So we had to think about that a lot. If he or she, the teacher, is losing control of the classroom, well, he or she's losing control of the classroom, and like people are going to be sneaky anyway. So that's a huge advantage. If there's only 32 people and they're right in front of you, like a lot of those problems solve themselves. Not all of them, right? And we have that just unique advantage, and it's typically used in that environment with 20 or 32 people right in front of you. So you just scream at them if they're too misbehaved, right?
All right, come by. So again, we're at the expo hall. We're in the igloo room. We're the first table on the right. Come say hi. We'd love to meet you. We'd love to do more with you. So thank you so much for having us today. Okay, thank you. All right, I have your attachments. Thank you. What's your name? Email. Okay, yeah, I think I made it. Thank you.
Wow.
So I'm torn. Do I just go buy some books and stack
Yeah, so
So on Discord, it keeps popping up like someone's MacBook is recognized as tons of power.
Why do you have access to that?
What do you mean?
So you're on the Linux
No, I'm not.
Discord?
So it's like.
Okay.
It should be. Have you gone to any training?
Not since last year, and I know it's different this year. Yeah.
So. Oh, okay.
For some reason.
Strange.
It is strange. And also probably security.
This should be just plug into the thing. It goes into the splitter.
Yep.
Sometimes MacBooks will not work with the splitter.
Yeah.
So just remove the splitter and go directly into here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then no start and go, like it's all recorded already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, streaming.
Yeah.
Don't stop the streaming. Apparently, don't stop recording either.
If you ever need to restart OBS,
automatically start streaming and recording, and that you'll need to go right click projector output, full screen projector. It's like an electron Hello.
Is it Aaron and
Yep, that's right. Set these things down, we get ready, here we are. Rowan, you're going to be out right up here with me. We're just going to be talking together about the same things. You speak up whenever you want to, okay? There's my report. Here's my power cord. I'll be okay. I left my power cord back in the other place. That's amazing that I did that. I just had my power cord going. Somehow it fell out or something. That's true. I was thinking that's pretty strange. I had it.
Did you need a power cord or?
I think I'll be okay.
Okay.
What is going on with this? Come on. Hello. Oh, it's probably. What is going on? Let's make it go to sleep in the room.
Speaking at, just so I can adjust the camera. Are you going to be standing over here or over here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with the computer. I'm not going to stand away. I'm going to be typing on the computer. We'll be in this area.
Okay, I just adjust the camera.
Wow, Rowan, did I really leave the computer power cord the place? I was. Did I seriously? It's not in the stock in our stuff. It's wild. Is there a chance I left it at the setup space? I don't know. What is going on? What is going on with my computer? Oh, jeez. And I'm having trouble with my computer now for some reason. I tested it before and everything was fine. I'll try without this. Fizzy and open? Oh no.
Can you help me close it? You're stronger. Wow, it's
No,
super
just don't touch it. Don't touch it.
High pressure.
Rowan, I don't. Why? Fizzy and open. Okay, we're here and I plug this in and it should be fine. Oh, I have to do the different mirroring here. Just a second. Display configuration. Mirror screens. There we go. Okay. Should be just about okay. Was I getting dimmer there too? That's no good. Why did I not have my power cord?
I thought of a good question for me to ask you. You ready? Okay, don't answer the question yet. It's the end of the session. When it comes time for people to ask questions, I'm going to ask the question. The question is, what's your stand on the age verification issue that's currently passing through the legislature in various jurisdictions? There is a law.
What that is again?
Beg your pardon?
He doesn't really
There is several legislatures that are passing laws that want the operating system to emit the signal depending on whether you are under the age of 13, between 13 and 18, between 18 and 21, over 21. Yeah.
We know who's funding that. The lobby.
So I figure you're a good person to take a stand on the issue, so I'll ask you that question. I'm going to give you a moment to think about it, so you don't take it by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you're yeah, exactly.
could look at it. So it wouldn't be a game, it would be a planning.
Okay. Good. Just did something to save some power. Okay, Rowan, you're stay there, or I don't know, you can sit there if you want, but I want you to come over here, closer to the where everybody can see you. And is the mic in good orientation, or should we do it more like that? There we go.
So what are we doing?
We're going to wait until people are talking, and in a minute she's going to say, welcome everybody, and we're going to do
Talk
our...
about people who like to talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
There you go. We're going to say who we are, we're going to introduce each other.
Okay.
Welcome to Linux Fest, and here is our next speaker, Aaron and Rowan. Enjoy.
Okay.
Hi everybody.
Hi.
So this is the first time that we have done this presentation at Linux Fest, although we have presented, how many conferences have you presented at now?
If you count this one, 5.
No, four I think, if you count, you've been to some other conferences,
Yeah.
but we did a initial
Oh, yeah.
version of this talk for remotely for LibrePlanet in 2022 when you were still 6 years old, or 2023? You're almost 7. And so you just turned 10, and we're kind of giving an overview of a process that we've been through, which is I understood software freedom as a concept before he ever had a computer, and I was concerned about what his experience with technology was going to be. So I searched around to try to talk to other people and get advice, and mostly it looks like, hey, there's a cool game you can play, or something like that, or whatever, there's certain things online, and I didn't get a lot of great answers, and I had the general concern about the world of technology where kids are just zoning out on some tablet thing and they don't really know what they're doing, and they're just going to get used to taking in whatever with the ads and the addictiveness, and I have some horror stories about things I've witnessed in that space. You guys probably have some awareness of that. Talk to me later and if you want more of that. But what did I do to figure this out? We set up a computer for Rowan where I just said, okay, well, it's going to be a Linux system. We're going to focus on free software, but it's not really any different if he plays Super Tux Kart versus Mario Kart in the sense that he's like, yeah, I can play a computer game. So what? He's not learning anything about systems or why computers work the way they do. So I wanted him to understand something about how computers work, where they come from, who's making them, what are the ramifications, those sort of things, like the system that we're in. And I thought that the best way to do that would be to avoid the spectacles and just start with playing around with, here's a computer. And I'm not a programmer. I don't actually have a programming background. I came to it from more of a creative, I'm a music teacher actually, but a social perspective on all of this. But we started with a terminal sort of thing, so that I'm going to zip through sort of what we did initially, and then we'll talk about what we've done over the few years since we've been exploring this and sharing our experiences. So we have notes. I'm going to mention it here. This website, codeberg.org/flow-conscience/flow-kids, is the website where we've put our notes that are incomplete, and it's an open source project, and I would love anybody else to add their suggestions and contributions and edits to make it a guide that more people can use to help more kids learn about software freedom. So that said, Rowan, does that all make sense to you? Remember all those things from years ago now? All right, we've been doing a little bit less of the beginning stuff lately, but here's what we did. I got a terminal set up, and I just set up a computer for him where he could be playing with the terminal and said, okay, here's a computer and you can type and stuff happens. And it's literally, oh look, I'm doing something and stuff shows up on the screen. It was the very beginning, just the direct using a computer. And what did he do? He was just playing around, so I said, okay, let's just show you some stuff you can do. You can look at files or something. ls, but I found out, oh, you can do this thing, SL. And if you happen to mistype ls, he was like, oh, that's hilarious. So there's all sorts of ways that we can just play with this and make it fun enough. And so one of the ones that people recommend is to use cowsay. And then you can type something like, what should we type?
I don't know.
I don't know. Oops, that didn't work. Just a moment. I need to do something strange for a moment. How do I do this? Source. I did not expect this issue. This has to do with something else. Let me just try this again. Didn't work. Shoot.
Because you have a quote. You need to escape the comments.
No, it's not because I have a quote. It's not because I have a quote. It's because there's a thing that I did before that is for later in the thing in which it has this, which you don't know about yet, and ignore that. So I'm going to make a new terminal tab or something, and maybe that'll do it. What do I do? Tab? I'll just open a new terminal. Let's see. Oh, glitches that I was not expecting. So I'm explaining to him, this is the same process. We were like, whoa, what is going on? Unexpected things. Try this again. Still didn't work.
You don't need to keep trying it, Dad. Just do the other thing.
Just do the other thing. Well, I'll show you another one that is fun. We'll do it this way. And then this one you say, quotes don't work. Still having problems. What is going on with my computer? Why is that happening?
You need to do the quote.
I know that I need to do quotes with eSpeak, but this is not with it. This is no good. There, that worked. I guess it did need the quotes.
I don't know.
There we go. eSpeak worked. Did Cow say the same thing with that? We actually have to use quotes for some reason? It did work that way. Huh. Well, never mind. So we learn, we make errors, we figure things out, and we are debugging how to make the computer work. So cow say has this thing, and it makes a cow, and the cow says whatever you want it to type. And so he thought that was funny, and we had it say funny things, and then we say, oh, look, what else you can do with eSpeak. So what else could we do? What should it say?
How about some of those weird
Okay.
alt commands?
He liked. I showed him how the weird symbols you can get with with compose key or something, and you get all sorts of strange things. And then you go like, what does that do? Oops.
In trademark C copyright 0 is out.
Whoa, that's funny. But if I had it say it really fast.
In trademark C cop.
Or I could go. Oh, you can barely hear it. So we're just playing around, and there's a sense of this is fun because we're seeing that we do something, we get results, and it's him having a sense of understanding that the computer is this tool that you can use in different ways, and it's not just everything is all whiz-bang flashy stuff all at once. And so this process over some period of time, which I've documented, and you can read more, look about old conference talks we gave before when we were just getting started, this eventually turned into things in which he made his own cow file, because you can make your own little ASCII art to make it, instead of a cow, it's something else. And then we ended up saying, oh, you can combine things, so you can have, oh, it's time for a break. So I set up a program to take sure that we take breaks on the computer, because you don't want to stare at the screen all day, and I don't want that to be for him. And I tell him, well, same thing for me. And so nowadays he's like, Dad, he sees me, Dad, you got to take your break. Stop using the computer. This program is called Sane Break. There's another one called Work Rave that I really like a lot. These help with just not getting, look out the window, don't be staring at your screen all day. I want to set up a good habits, good experiences for him, model that myself. Okay.
What was the second one called?
It's all in the documents on the thing, but I like this one best nowadays. It's called Sane Break. The other one's Work Rave. That's much, much older. It's got its own, everything's slightly different, but that's the one I recommend now. Okay, so now we're back to what we were doing. We could do something like, I showed him eventually how to make a function, and you could make this sort of a thing where you go, oh, if you make cow speak and this is a special function command, and then you do cow say and eSpeak at the same time, Now, instead of just cow say, we can have cow speak, and it can say something, whatever, and then
I can speak.
Whoa, the cow shows up, but it also made sound at the same time. And we made this because there's free software that's eSpeak and there's free software that's Cowsay. And when you combine them, you can, and now we're building on other people's work. And then we talk about how this is about software freedom, because the point is that if I even wanted to eventually look at the code for any of these things, we could actually adapt the programs. And we're talking about the way community works and the way free software works, rather than saying just, hooray for programming. It's trying to understand the systems that we're in. That was the way I was teaching him about these things. And eventually, we got to the point where this process led us to, where's the, oh, it's not working because I loaded the thing. Just wanted to note that it's, this way, CD, no. CD, documents, he went and made a program over time, which looks like this, and this is not the first version, but our most recent thing was adding a license. And now it's all up in Codeberg, and it says, hey, first you have this CowSpeak thing, so you can do this. Rowan, you want to give them a little quick guide?
So, first it says Cowsay
and eSpeak.
And eSpeak.
It's CowSpeak, and then
enter minus for subtraction, plus for addition, asterisk for multiplication, or slash for division.
So he was getting into having it do math problems. And then we learned how to have it ask for math questions. And then we eventually, how many problems, what happens if you get it wrong, and how many things. And so it's a little bash script. And here's how it works.
Enter minus for subtraction, plus for addition, asterisk for multiplication, or slash for division.
Okay, what should we do?
What should we do? Okay, slash.
What was that? Division.
How many problems do you want?
Oh, 4.
What is the highest number you want to be asked?
30.
What is 27 divided by 5?
Oh boy. What do you have? All right, there you go. 5?
You did it.
Hey.
What is 25 divided by 8?
Okay, so there's all these funny little things that were a bit-by-bit thing. The cow by default looks like this, but
Yeah,
if you
well,
get it
so-
wrong, look at the cow.
You did it.
Oh, I got it
What
right.
is
The
25
eyes look like
divided
that.
by 4? You're wrong. Do it again.
Oh, and the cow has it sticks its tongue out and it goes like, ah. And so we developed this thing, and it works, and you can get this thing.
Do it again. What is 25 divided by 4? You did it. What is 25 divided by 9? You're wrong. Do it again.
No.
What is 25 divided by 9? You did it.
Oop, and the program's done. Okay, and of course, as we're just experimenting, we notice funny things like.
Enter minus for subtraction, plus for addition, asterisk for
And he was like,
multiplication,
okay, well, how
or slash
about.
for division. How many problems do you want?
Did you see what I did?
What is the highest number you want to be asked? What is 3 banana 2?
We're like, oh, it could do that, but I don't know what to do. Okay. Oops. Error. Question real quick.
How did you get the divide symbol when you were doing division? You didn't use a slash, you used the divide symbol.
Yeah, we got it from
Well,
a
okay.
different program.
Well, so that's
But-
the Unicode symbol.
Yeah.
But in terms of typing, we use the slash. So yeah, if you want to go back and look at the program, now this is all in Git and in Codeberg, and you can go look at the program, and you guys can contribute. And so the vision that I had was, hey, this is cool. There's a whole process that I can go through that I'm not spending time today of how we went from, look, you can type on the thing and letters show up, to now we have a program. And it wasn't something that I told him in a tutorial way. I've seen so many things that teach like, oh, we're gonna learn programming. Well, here's the hello world thing, type these exact words, just like repeat the thing on the paper and type it, and it does exactly what we said it would do. And it's like, so what? There's no creativity, there's no fun, there's no play, there's no laughing, there's just like, I went through the motions. And he wouldn't have tolerated that. And this was a lot more fun, and I didn't plan that he was gonna do a cow math program, this is how it worked out. We ended up with these problems, and so we go, oh, well, how do we do this slash? And we go, oh, well, we needed to do this particular thing, and then there's certain things where we say the operation is this math thing, and then we have this, where you see right here, this line, if
the math equals the slash, then this math thing, that variable equals that Unicode symbol. And we didn't write the code for the Unicode symbol, we just entered the Unicode symbol in the code, but there you go. And so the vision that I had, which I've not succeeded at, but I've been trying to get the word out, is what if there were other kids who went through some process like this or used our guide that isn't exactly a tutorial but says, hey, here's the core bash things you need to know and here's how you can build it up and you can eventually do this, and you could either make your own version of how could you have it ask you questions in some math thing. And they might write it in a different way, and then they could compare. Or they could take his program and add their own changes and then submit a patch and learn how to use Git and collaborate. And now we're actually experiencing this freedom to adapt and collaborate at the level of what he's doing. That's what I would like to see. We haven't succeeded at getting other kids involved, and just maybe if I spent tons of time focusing on this, but I've limited time, that's where we're at. Okay, so we presented at LibrePlanet for the first time remotely, and there were all sorts of people who said, hey, we really liked your presentation. And somebody was like, hey, Rowan, have you played any other games? You ever tried Super Tux Kart? And I was like, yeah, we did try that, actually. He thinks that's fun. And somebody else said, oh, you should try Mind Test. That would be really great. And so, how did that go?
Quite good. Now
I was
got
hesitant.
tons of worlds, tons of games, tons of mods.
And then he starts installing all these things, and he's playing Mind Test all day, not doing the programming this stuff as much.
My Mind Test, I've got so much stuff on it that it will drain my computer battery significantly if I leave it open.
But you've like built all sorts of worlds and you've played all these things. And then you were saying, well, I know there's some online thing where you can play with other people, and we didn't figure that out exactly. You make servers.
I've looked at these things.
Well, we did it a little bit because when we were at Fosse, you met some people there who were like, hey, check out this other thing you can do in Mind Test. And they set up a server, and then you were able to participate just there. So we've had a little bit of stuff at conferences like this, where somebody else showed him something, and so he's got a sense of the community through this experience, literally presenting and sharing with people, getting other kids to care about this stuff or understand it. That's been another story. How's that been going? Do you have friends in school who play these things or are interested in it? No?
I've never once, not even in my new school, never had a
What do
kid
they do with
who
computers at the
understood
new school?
At the new school, they allow me to bring my home computer. It's not a formal school, it's a charter
It's like
academy.
a hybrid homeschooling thing that we moved to from his previous school that was a more standard but bilingual program.
And
So-
I hated it.
So you can watch our talks from a couple years ago. He was at that time in third grade, or second grade really, going around being like, all the other kids keep being addicted to Minecraft and it's proprietary software and it's terrible, it's my nemesis. And eventually he was like, oh, nobody will ever listen to me, and he was jaded about it and whatever. Now he still uses his own laptop in school, but they have Google Classroom stuff, and there's these questions,
that's
and
what
he's
they
trying
still
to
do.
talk to the teachers, and they don't understand. And so there's a whole bunch of challenges for not only understanding the system himself, but then how to talk to other people, how to
Yeah.
What do you want to say about that?
I'll give you an example of something bad that happened at school. I have this writing class, and I didn't know this until it actually happened. The teacher uses a proprietary program that prints sheets, but it didn't keep any of the fonts I used. It added a random picture of.
So the point was that you submitted some work for the like school paper thing, little funny creative writing project, and you formatted it in your way with your software you were using, and she went and used some web tool, web-based like word processor instead of LibreOffice, and then it like lost all your formatting when it went to the printing. Yeah, that was pretty frustrating.
Plus a weird picture.
And then you're trying to talk to her about like why you formatted it a certain way. Why can't she just use the free software? So these are a lot of
what I said is, why can't you just
leave your formatting.
type it, just you copy it exactly and put it in, not use some weird program.
Yeah. So these are the types of issues that I want to see more people talking about. How do we teach kids to be understanding not only of the systems that we're in, but to talk to other people. It's a complicated world. Now we have AI and all these things. And so I don't have all the answers, but I'm working through these challenges. Jeff, you want to add something real quick?
Roland, in December of 1968, I got a Digicomp 1 computer for Hanukkah. It is a machine made out of plastic. It has 3 bits of storage and a 1 hertz cycle time. And when I came back from winter vacation, I knew all about Boolean algebra and Venn diagrams and De Moivre's theorem and things like that. And I was really excited to go talk to my classmates about that. And they did not have a clue what it was I was talking about. They could not understand that you could do anything useful with a logic system that had exactly 2 states. And it is a vivid memory from my childhood. And I have a sneaky suspicion that you are doing in 2026 what I was struggling with in 1969. And all I can tell you is that half a century later, first of all, I'm still bitter about it, and second of all, I pushed by.
So Rowan was very upset that we didn't make it to Seagull last fall, because he's been saying that he felt like he really connected with the people at the Free Software Conference, because whatever complaints he's had about being bored after a long day or whatever, it's like, oh, if people finally understand. I remember going to Fosse, and somebody was like, hey, Rowan, yeah, do you like to play video games? What sort of game do you say? And he was like, don't say Minecraft. And Rowan was like, what? Of course not. I would never, or something. And he was like, oh, this is so great. So it's nice to find places where you understood, and then figuring out how to talk to other people. So as we're exploring all this, I have lists of like games and GUI programs to try to teach Rowan about. I only have so much time, but I'm trying to put this together with the resources. So I was like, okay, we're going to do, how about some graphics stuff? So there's Krita and other programs you can do art with, and that's great. And one way we've explored that is there's the amazing webcomic by David Revoy, the Pepper and Carrot, which is, I have a link to that. If you don't know it, you can check it out. It's like the absolutely world-class artwork, all done 100% with free software, and all of the artwork is published under free licenses so that you can actually open it up in Krita and look at all the stuff. We haven't done all of that, but I have taught him about the idea of it. Again, it's all at the links at the stuff. You have Blender, there's like Blender Open Movies, and so you can look at those and go, oh, not only does this exist, but it's free software, and these are free resources, and I can build on this, and so we can explore those things. One of his favorites is called Glass Half. I highly recommend it. At the last time we did this, we shared it with everybody. But today I wanted to go on and just show off what I think is probably the best thing I've seen to get most people interested in free software, kids especially. There's a book by the executive director of FSFE, Free Software Foundation Europe. He wrote this kid's book. It's called Ada and Zangeman, and it's a book. Yeah, what do you want to say about it? Yeah, go ahead.
This book is kind of a everything goes well.
Okay, wait. Let's get.
Sort
Let
of
me
story.
let me tell them a little bit about it. I'm going to show them, and then say them this exact point. Okay. So this book is itself free culture, and that's part of what you're getting at. So I just wanted to give you a general point of what this is to check it out. We have a couple copies of this, but it's a kid's book with pictures and stuff, but it's got a decent, sort of a little bit higher elementary level reading level. And it basically says, hey, there's this like story of some guy who was really into computers, and hooray for him, but he made proprietary software, and there's the poor girl who, is just sort of hacker who doesn't afford the fancy things, and because he gets mad one day and decides he doesn't like how people are using the technology, he can control it. And then there's this story of the kids being like, oh, but we can hack in if we can get the code and we can change the thing. And it explains this in a way that I've heard many people mention, like adults saying, this is the first thing where I was able to go, oh, I get it. It's all about this. It's not just, a bunch of people who like computers. It's about freedom and society and all these other values. And so it's a great book. And yes, in the end of the story, as written, they like protest, and then the government is like, yes, we need free software, and hooray. And okay, what were you saying?
So, this is not the kind of story that a kid who is kind of suspicious or critical would like, because it is very boring, unless...
Boring why?
boring because it's low reading level,
Okay.
very common style of writing the book.
Well, and it has poetic justice, right? Everything
Yeah.
all works out, and the good guys win the day.
Yeah, that's the kind of
But
thing
it's
I
free
really
culture.
like.
So if you spent a little more on Krita and worked on your art, or found somebody else who was an artist who wanted to do this, and you wanted to work on writing and whatever, you could.
Maybe
what
I
would you
could
do?
add an end part where, like, the federal government of another country decides to declare war on them for
Oh, geez.
doing something that they don't
That's not-
want to, because
that's
the
not
company
quite the-
that
that's a-
might threaten the companies. And of course, the United States will do anything for its big businesses.
Okay, so
Sadly.
I was my inclination, if we were going to edit the end of the story, is a little more open-ended. I was going to say that instead of saying the kids all protest and say we want the code, free software, hooray, and the government understands, that instead the big rich corporate guy would say, you're amazing, I'm going to pay you $1 million to come work for my proprietary company. And she goes, oh, I won't have to be poor anymore, what should I do? And then the story would end and everybody's left hanging and going, should you sell out? That would be my ending. Anyway, it's a great book. I don't think it was even intended this way. I'm trying to push all the way to, you read a book, whether it's a kid's book, you should be able to write in the thing and think about how you would rewrite the book. That's the same idea as rewriting the software. It doesn't have to be just the thing you're, take it or leave it. That's what I'm trying to instill in Rowan and want to see for other kids. So we have all these resources on the stuff that we've done, the notes that we've got so far. And of course, I didn't even mention using the internet. So now, after some time and getting older, he's doing stuff on the internet. We, of course, have ad blocking set up. I have his computer in the living room, so we're sort of trying to be involved. I'm teaching him explicitly that any single thing that we try to do, some parental control or some limitation or whatever else, he could probably figure out how to get past at some point. And the reason that we set up things in the way that we do is to reduce temptation to do something that's not healthy. And there's very many people using unhealthy ways that they use computers, addictive stuff, or misinformation, or all the other things that people are aware of now. And so we can talk about that, but we're exploring that world, and I'm open to everybody else's input. And we're trying to figure out, like, what do you do to raise kids in today's crazy world with technology where they're actually questioning the systems and whether they're healthy. And so that's the stage we're now facing. And I was wanting to take time here to introduce the topic and also get people's thoughts and questions before the end of the day, and we're here to continue that conversation. The other thing that we were planning on discussing, besides this stuff about school and everything else, we want to keep updating our resources. AI, again, is a giant topic, and I struggle with this. It used to be that I just say, well, all the computer stuff was made by some person who went and did this or something at some company, and now it feels a little harder to explain where the free software world is going, if it's bigger than this talk. But I'm wanting to include kids and think about what they're experiencing, the next generation, as we all go forward in the free software movement. So with that, I really would love to hear everybody's thoughts and questions and get you to participate in helping us figure out what to do to help the next generation.
Of
Thanks.
course,
Yes.
you, because
Okay.
I don't want to
Jeff,
forget
go ahead.
the answer.
So, Rowan, one of the things that several legislatures around the world are working on right now is a law that requires a computer operating system to have a signal which is at the same time anonymous, but also something that is immutable. The user cannot change it, but which signals the person's approximate age, either younger than 13, between 13 and 18, between 18 and 21. And those laws are predicated on the assumption that it is possible to have a secret in the operating system that the user cannot access, and that there exists a central point of sale where you can get the operating system, neither of which applies in the open source world. I'm curious if you have an opinion about that kind of legislation and the technical and legal problems associated with that.
I very much have an opinion, but this doesn't really relate to government as much as it relates to my experience. what I really don't like is anyone expecting a person to act a certain way depending on their age, especially if it's like a very narrow bracket, like 5-year range, because that makes me feel like they expect that I'm just like your average 10-year-old, and but I'm not. Otherwise, I likely would not understand all of this stuff.
So, Rowan, are you saying that part of the issue is that age is not a really great proxy for understanding somebody's capacity to use a technology in a healthy way?
Yeah.
So there are adults who fall into very unhealthy or maybe dangerous situations, get scammed, get abused or manipulated by advertisements, and there are kids who can be wise and understand the systems that they're using, and that we need to have a system that is safe and healthy for the world in general and educates people, and it shouldn't be based on, like, age is a very weak, inappropriate measure for whether somebody's ready to use a technology appropriately. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
That's how I would interpret it, yeah.
I align with that too, and I have an 8-year-old daughter, and how realistic is it for a parent to monitor and to keep track of like how fast you're developing?
My view is, and again, this is the personal story that we went through, is that he was at a regular school. We ended up with going to this hybrid homeschooling thing this past year. We're moving to a different, out of state from where we are now, and so life's going to change again. But I've been a lot more involved than a lot of parents have been, and there's no possible way for everybody in everybody's life circumstances to be involved in the same way. I mean, just the simplest point of having the computer in the living room versus giving them a mobile thing that they're using wherever is a huge deal. I mean, I think the problem in socially understanding what's happening with technology is literally about being around people. And it's different than the kid being in their room and you just don't want to know what they're doing. And so there's a degree, person by person, of like, do you trust the kid to be using this responsibly? He could turn off the break thing and like not be taking breaks, just like minor stuff. He could go online and I don't know. And there's a degree of preparing and talking to him and taking this time and effort. And I think that it's a huge burden, honestly. And I feel like this is a story of like, I could talk metaphorically about all the other things in the world. If you teach the kids that it's their responsibility to cross the street safely because there's dangerous cars, the point is you set up an extremely bad, dangerous world that is, unhealthy for kids, and then you do all this stuff and make all the parents bug their kids about how to survive in this crazy world we built. It would be better if there was a world in which the kids walk out the door and there's not a street, there's like a car-free area where kids meet up with each other and play, and there's it's fine, it's safe, and then the parents can relax. And so in the world that we're in technologically, it's not a safe world. And the best thing is to find other kids and other families and other contexts where people understand these things and can talk to each other. And then it's like, when is your 8-year-old somebody you actually think is responsible enough and has enough perspective to make the decisions that they're going to make healthy decisions? That's varies person to person. But it needs to be a community thing. It's hard for us being relatively isolated and the other families don't get it. And his little brother goes to a daycare that for circumstantial reasons was not our favorite place, but like he's okay. But
like
some the other kids they watch
like
videos, TVs more than I want. The main thing is
really bad videos.
Well, the main concern that I have is some of the other kids actually get dropped off with like iPads and like actually look at iPads during break time at daycare. That's the world we're living in. Just hold on for a moment. Anybody else have questions or want to share thoughts? Yes.
You mentioned that you've experimented with Mindcast mods, and I'm curious if you guys have ever looked into like writing your own mods.
Yeah, that's definitely in the goal. Like, I want to see him start collaborating, contributing, seeing how they're built, and I know there's a book about that. We're at the point of, if somebody in this room knows about doing more than installing the mod, but actually how do they get built and adapting them or something, talk to him, tell him how to do it. No, we haven't done that yet.
What distro do you guys use and why?
Ron, do you know the answer? We haven't talked about that subject much. I ended up just installing Ubuntu at some point, and I'm using the system that I have is KDE Neon, which is based on Ubuntu, but it's KDE focused. He's using a standard Ubuntu system. We haven't played around with that yet much. Maybe someday he will. Yeah, it wasn't for a particular reason, just to pick something and go.
What was your son's name?
This is Rowan.
Rowan, do you have access to online when you need it, like educational videos and stuff like that? What's your relationship with online use?
Well, the only online thing I ever use is like update the mods on my video games.
Rowan, you have Firefox installed on your computer, and you know that's a web browser.
And otherwise it's schoolwork, like science videos mainly. Sometimes getting a math program every once in a while.
It amounts to, I didn't tell him about all the possible things online he could check out. We sort of started with this offline version of computing and then transitioned to, oh, well, actually, let's look up this thing. Oh, Wikipedia is a thing. Okay, whatever. And then he's at school and somebody's like, oh, how do you use this thing? Okay, we're gonna put this cow math thing in a website to share with the world. Okay, we're gonna go with Codeberg. You need an account. I need to set up an email for you. And that's we're just doing it bit by bit by bit, and I'm not trying to push him ahead too much. He has made this is now getting a little boldly political because coincidentally, he has made a Wikipedia edit, which is our first thing. I was hoping he would do more of this, but the edit he made incidentally was that the Wikipedia Spanish language had said that Lina Khan was still the FTC chair, and he updated it to explain that she was the FTC chair with the previous administration.
I guess first I just acknowledge it's frustrating when you have strong opinions and values and other people aren't on that same wavelength. So I'm glad that you're here and you've found your people, at least for the moment. You wanted to talk more about how you might interest others in the things that you're interested in. Well, one idea that I had is that it's always more interesting when you use a specific technology to solve a specific problem. So maybe there's an opportunity for you and your friends to pick any problem. When I was younger, I wrote programs to solve my math homework. Anything that you guys can work on together. And it will be a little challenging because probably all these other students will have computers that aren't as open as yours. So maybe there's a way to set up like an ad hoc network and they can open up a web page and maybe edit something or whatever. Anyway, maybe each of you could focus on a portion of the problem, just like you did with your cow math.
Just a heads up, it's a little bit past the session time and I'm going to be locking the rooms for lunch.
Sure.
So
Well, thank you, everybody, and we will be around for the conference in general. We're happy to talk some more. And have a good time. Thanks for showing up.
But anyway, the thought was maybe you guys could work together to solve
Yeah.
the problem.
Look for problems to solve.
And then when the kids see like, oh, I can do this with my cool Linux computer and I can't do that on my iPad.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to say something, but I wasn't brave enough to say it out loud. So I'm sure I don't know as much about computers as Ron does, because I'm the teacher. I'm here with my husband, who's the computer person.
Well,
But I did want to make sure.
we don't know as much. We're here at a tech conference, but we're not actually knowing way more than we even just shared with you just now that we know.
Can I feel okay then, giving one little tip? As a teacher, one thing I want to make sure you know is we don't get to choose what operating system we use at school.
Yeah.
But
I know.
also, if you ever create
That's what
stuff
I-
at home on LibreOffice, like I do all the time, when I send myself stuff to work, to print, I have to export it as a PDF first. Do you guys know that?
Yes, he actually
good.
did that in this
Phew.
case.
And it still didn't work?
Well, No, in this case, the point was that it was a multi-article, like it's a sort of newspaper thing with like everybody kids' submissions, and she took all the stuff to merge them together to make a print. And he's like, you lost all my formatting, and it's supposed to look different from the other thing.
I was heartbroken for him. I'm like,
Yeah.
please tell me they know about exporting as a PDF. But good. I'm
Yeah,
glad
we
you
do know that.
Okay, good.
But a lot of it is the, yes, it's learning how to talk to people.
It makes
and
me
everything
feel
else.
really bad when a teacher basically says, it's not my fault.
I know. I get that. It's partly true though. But it is.
Who can I go up to and say, I want you to fix this now?
You know what I feel like she should have done? I feel like she should have done like a screenshot and then pasted that portion into it, if possible.
There's some reasons why. It's just one of those things.
She doesn't have time. I know why.
On a gracious level, Rowan complained, and she
after
said,
the 2008
I too have had the experience of an editor
Dad,
messing
we're
up my
both
work.
talking at the same
Yes,
time.
go ahead, sorry. I was trying, go ahead, Rowan. You really want to say your part?
So, darn, I forgot it.
No, you were saying in 2000.
Oh, yeah.
You were going to talk about
After the 2008 crash, the government
No,
insisted
this is
that
back in 2001. I think you were trying to say that one. Hey, Timmy.
Well, good luck. I hope things work out.
Back in 2001, the government bribed the states to basically said to the states,
He's upset about the No Child Left Behind Act.
The what?
The No Child Left Behind Act. He's upset about it.
And then they asked if they would get money to pay for that testing regime, and they didn't.
Do you want this?
So they had to take away.
I don't.
Other
Someone give it to you?
It's the speaker gift. It's among other things in the speaker gift.
Okay.
Yeah. It is all very frustrating. Long for a day where open software is allowed in the schools and encouraged so that kids can
And
code.
creativity
and stuff.
versus
That's right.
teaching
It would
test.
basically
Let's go get some
cause
lunch.
the same sort of thing, just without having a terrible testing regime that I hate. If they
go get
just
some lunch,
lost the education money.
Well, good luck to you.
So, Aaron, what I was going to tell you is I feel your pain about crossing the street, and streets are dangerous.
Oh, yeah. I can go on about that one.
So, but, hey, they poked us at the exact same time again. It's the second time they got it.
Yes,
All
up
right.
in the front.
Plug
I'll
in.
help you get set up here in just a moment.
All right. Awesome. I like it. My neck is all sore.
Thanks for bringing it home. You're usually in the room right now.
Can I just have you all hold on one minute for just a second? Might be at capacity. I just want to get a quick head count before I let anyone people. The answers. So sadly, we can't use these chairs. It's specific to the desk chairs. So thank you. Give 2 or 3 opens right here.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a lot of okay, so I have and apologize to one of you, unfortunately. So it's based off of how many chairs are at your desks and how many. So we have 2 open chairs. If 2 of you want to stay seated here, that's fine. But sadly, someone is going to have to leave.
Fight to the death. No, I wouldn't advocate that.
We are full. How deeply like you get that, right? How did you retire?
I got a solution to your problem.
Yeah.
You went outside the door. That's not a talk on Saturday.
Thankfully, I don't count towards the allotted.
All right. So
I have a HDMI port on that side.
sweet.
From that seat.
Oh, the number of people.
So I believe
Is it full?
this is the one that you need. I'm trying to find the label.
Trying to untangle it here. You want to just plug it in and see if
Yeah,
it
plug it in
goes?
and see if it goes.
There. Something just disappeared. Got all my other glasses. Ooh, they are powerfully burning.
Sorry, we're full. Yeah. It's part of fire code. We have to go off of what are at the desks. Okay, 1 second. Let me do it.
Oh, I'm not. You're in charge, dude.
Yeah. We have a couple minutes before we start anyways.
They said it's full for fire code.
Yeah, it's full. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's full. Yep.
I'll forget it.
Hold on.
It said it's full.
Yes, it's full. Sorry.
These seats are.
Unfortunately.
It's unfortunately no.
We should.
Yeah, I am.
I can do that while you do this.
If you want to take around with that.
No, I am not qualified.
Yeah,
I did not have a membership in the AV club in school.
Sorry, this room is full, sir. Yeah. Sorry, we're full here.
I guess we'll be starting momentarily.
We're very
I use my.
No, it's a Chromebook and I actually have a web. Oh, that's a big game. Server. Just do a VS Code via web. It does not work. I just started using I used to self-host to VS Code servers, so it's kind of self-source so much easier.
Hey, we're sorry, the room's full.
All right.
Peter. Is it displaying the wrong screen? Do you have it?
Yeah.
Is it extended instead of duplicated?
No, so
I don't think we're seeing anything.
It's not even displaying his, and it's. Did I need to like close out and then?
This isn't.
No.
Yeah, I think that's right. Do you have it mirrored or is it extended?
Let me double check.
It's extended because I just saw your mouse cursor.
Okay.
It's extended.
So you want it mirrored?
Whatever you want. If you want to do extended for your presentation, if you need to show your screen, you'll want to do a mirror.
I need to show my screen. So
Do a
mirrored.
mirror.
Alright.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I wish I had traveled for our stuff.
Right on time.
Yay! Hi, I'm Mike, and hi. Let's get started. I wanted to get more involved with the Linux community in Bellingham, so thank you for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to be talking about replacing big tech services and applications. I've put this talk proposal in at the last minute, and let's just say we're covering both. I love this Arthur Ashe quote. Start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. Certainly describes my home lab. You know, I've got computers with second and third generation CPUs in them, and I'm doing little LLM stuff. So do what you can. It's a safe space. This is part of Linux Fest Northwest's guidelines, but I want to reiterate that this is a safe space and there are no gatekeepers here. Everyone's here to learn. Raise concerns if I say something that's wrong. But if it's something that could be a risk, but if it's just a preference or a style or something like that, hold it till the end and we'll talk about it. You don't need to be running Linux on everything, etc. When it comes to listening, you're going to find out a little bit about me in the next slide or the coming slides. I may not be the kind of person that is exactly the same as you, not as technical, not running the same kinds of things.
Listen for some similarities rather than the differences. You might hear something that's helpful. Nothing that I present or recommend is intended to shame anyone, because shame's just a lousy change management technique. About me, I like novel technical challenges. I was driving a couple months ago, and all of a sudden it hit me that I have switched back and forth between iPhones and Android a couple times. And you know what? The thing that popped into my head after that was normal people don't do that. Maybe some people in this crowd do, but I kind of like the, I'm going to try this, I'm going to try this. Most people want to change when they have to, or most people only change when they have to. Some stuff I'll embrace and I'll adopt right away. I'm not a gamer, so some of the recommendations, actually none of the recommendations I make have to do with gaming. You'll have to do that research yourself. I'm not much of a TV watcher either, so I don't have a lot of like service, Netflix kind of stuff, recommendations. Recently retired after 40 years, some of it in electrical engineering, the rest of it in clinical informatics, University of Washington Medical Center. I got married a couple years ago, and last summer we adopted Scooter. If you have a German Shepherd lab mix, please talk to me after this session, because we are at odds ends trying to figure out. Scooter's a bit of a challenge. He was in the shelter and picked up some really, well, he probably had a tough life before the shelter, but we're doing our best to figure out how to train him. So if you've got experience, please talk to me. Why I started on this journey. Part of it was Windows 10 and 11. Every time I try to use Windows, there's just so much clutter, and it's a big distraction. I'm late diagnosed ADHD, so now I understand why these things bug me. I started with Slackware in Linux long time ago, but didn't use it much. I'd go back. I've used Red Hat. I could have a long list of things I've tried. I stayed with it longer and longer each time, and the apps that were in Linux and I didn't need to use in Windows anymore allowed me to replace things. Another thing was data breach letters. It seems like every quarter I get one. Some of the changes I'm recommending aren't necessarily going to help with that, but you're going to increase cybersecurity overall, hopefully, and you're going to feel better about what you're working on. And then January 20th, how you feel about what happened on January 20th last year is your own opinion. We all have opinions. But it was a placeholder for a lot of things that were and have been going on, and things I've seen that I wanted to make changes around. I don't want to give my money to oligarchs and people that are in the news doing things that don't align with my values. So I needed to do more. And doing more is agency. Agency is actions and choices and changes. Over time, things had drifted. Windows had drifted. It's more cluttered. It's more difficult to use for me. I wanted choices that reflected my values. And as part of the process, which I think is how they do it, how big tech sucks you in, incrementally I became overwhelmed with a lot of these things. And you get to the point where you're kind of, oh my God, what am I going to do? I feel like it's too big. Excuse me. And then instead of absolutes, I started thinking about, okay, what can I do? Rather than changing everything and having to improve everything, what are some realistic steps I can take? And I tend to be an overthinker, so I needed action to go with the thinking. Some reasons to consider change, which we've hit on: cybersecurity, data sovereignty, access. I'm going to talk about access in a little bit. Vendor lock-in. There are definite cases where you are facing vendor lock-in, and it's hard to get your data out. That's your data, Maybe the convenience of what you're doing on whatever is important to you, and you are okay with the fact that you can't get your data out. Maybe after putting data into an app or a service for a while, you're like, I don't want to do this anymore because I want my data to be portable. You want to decrease the total cost, and I've got a reminder to explain that. A lot of choices that you make to replace the convenient options, like getting rid of Google Mail, replacing it with perhaps Proton Mail. You're going to pay for that, but hopefully you are going to see a decrease in other problems. Your cybersecurity gets better, I don't know about data breach letters, but even if you're paying for it,
Less spam.
Spam. There are lots of things, and there are personal decisions why you're going to make these things, and even just feel pain so you can feel better about things might not be a bad thing depending on what you're doing. Especially if you're supporting your values. Maybe you want to roll your own adventure. I'm tired of doing this. You could do it because you're bored. I need a change. I'm going to mix things up a bit. And you might end up doing it for reasons that no one understands, and that's okay too. You're already doing things for reasons that you understand and other people don't, so continue with that. Now, my husband and I watch the British Baking Show, and the Theory of First Off is not the name of the show. That's a personal theory that I have, and I need to update this slide on the repo where I have it available. I have this personal theory that the first person off of the British Baking Show is a very sweet, lovable, kind of klutzy person that the producers pick, specifically because they're going to be first off. They kind of predict, or maybe even, it's inevitable, that they're going to be off. Brad and I had an opportunity to compete on season 4 of LEGO Masters. It was an amazing opportunity. We had a great time. Our arc on the show was not long. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but it was not long. And we faced some serious analysis paralysis. We had a perfect storm of it. You talk to Brad and he's going to tell, the brick pit, 5 million bricks, and none of them are the ones you want, and other stories. But a lot of it was we hadn't built together and analysis paralysis. We were trying to do the perfect thing. We were trying to do the best thing possible when good enough would have been important and had helped us be on the show longer. So perfection is the enemy of good enough. As you do this, you're going to be facing what I call the iceberg problem. The task at the top, what you see on the top is the task. The full scope is much, much bigger, and I am really bad about judging scope. Switching email was easy. I went from Gmail to Proton. The hard part is connecting with all those services that have that Gmail address, that you do your work through, and saying, okay, now I'm on Proton. That's the bottom of the iceberg and the part that's slowing me down, because it's not as fun and sexy as switching over and getting things set up. It's just, you got to grind through it and get it done. So it's kind of tedious. This is a scope problem. It's a effort problem, personal project management problem. Then there's the pyramid of predecessor task sadness, and I wanted to make sure I got that right. The thing you're trying to do is at the top, and as you descend down each level of the pyramid, things get darker. You're trying to find the best solution. You're already getting stuck, decision paralysis. You have to deal with all that technical debt, however you define it, that exists in your life, in your home lab, in your office, etc. Maybe it's no backups. Maybe it's a whole bunch of janky stuff that you've put in place and you really, I'm not gonna use really. That could be different, that in your head you're telling yourself that should be different, that really should be different. And then for me, it's definitely a messy workspace. And when you get to the next level, your imposter syndrome is going full speed. Maybe it's a fear of getting in over your head, and then you're stuck at the bottom level. This is a feeling problem. doesn't mean it's not a legit problem, but it's a feeling problem. And some of the stuff you're going to be dealing with, you're going to deal with the pyramid. So keep the iceberg model and the predecessor pyramid model in mind as you start tackling these things. Ways to deal with the pyramid, small wins. It's all the stuff they tell people with ADHD, or a lot of it, to be successful. You know, adopt a prototyping mindset, throw things away, be okay with that. Pause to evaluate, reduce your risk. I'm running Gmail and Proton Mail in parallel until I switch things over. So bit by bit, more things are in Proton. Recruit a friend. Either you need help doing something, and I'm going to cover a DNS change recommendation where if you're not comfortable with changing DNS, you're definitely going to want to talk to a friend who's comfortable with that and has done it. Not just confident that they can help you, but have never done it, but can help you. Or body doubling. Know who you are. That's the previous 2 slides. Make changes, and actually previous bunch of slides. Make changes that resonate with you. Choose satisficing. Basically, a good enough choice is probably a good choice. And embrace digital harm reduction. Maybe you can't make the best perfect choice right off the bat. What can you do to make things better? You know, maybe you can't go from where you are to open source, but the hop in the middle or the hops in the middle get you there. Embrace that. I got a text from a friend who knew I was doing this presentation. He's like, oh, that France thing. France is leaving Microsoft. I'm like, it's interesting news. A lot of the EU is changing how they do work. And the French change involves, I believe, the French government. I think the EU is on top of things when it comes to data security and being concerned about lock-in. They're certainly worried about our politics right now. They're worried about the same kinds of things I'm worried about, so they're great to watch. However, it's not going to slow me down, and I'm not going to wait because maybe, I don't speak French, so I'm not going to wait for a French version, a replacement for Office. But I think that the things they're doing are interesting, but don't let it slow you down if you have something similar that you're going to be watching. And there's another slide that I cover a more recent, this week, news event. Okay, I'm going to talk about, very briefly, and I have more detailed what I left and what I went to in some repos on Codeberg. What worked, what kind of worked, what didn't work, and what's ongoing. What worked? Well, here's some quick wins. Change your search engine. That's easy. I went from Google search to DuckDuckGo. Start page is another good one. Add an ad blocker. I had nothing. And I'm like, oh, I know I should do something. And I was using Ghostery for a while and then tried uBlock Origin, and I liked it better. Try both, see which one you like. They're available. I use Vivaldi for Google Chrome compatibility. I use LibreFox for Firefox compatibility. LibreFox is open source, Vivaldi is not. And there's Chromium, I think. I just chose Vivaldi for now. So Quick Wins gives you that forward momentum to start tackling some other stuff. And it's a relatively straight ahead setting. It's one that your colleagues or friends have probably already made or might be considering. Work on it together. Here's a more advanced quick win. Change your DNS setting from what it is. For me, it was Xfinity's DNS. And they're sucking up all the information on where I'm going and turning it into marketing and stuff like that. I picked Quad 9. I'm sure there are others. And you can go out to the Quad 9 website and see what their values are, what they recommend. Make sure you change it for both IP4 and IPv6 so that you're covered. This one, this is the one that I was recommending that if you're not comfortable, get a friend to help you, because if you screw it up, you're going to need to reset your router. You're going to need to be comfortable that you can at least revert it. But this is straight ahead, a little more advanced. All right, what worked eventually? The eventually part of these is not that it was hard, it just took me some time to get from where I was to where I ended up. Like I said, I went from Chrome and Edge to Firefox, or I didn't mention that, but I went to Firefox and then I went to Vivaldi. Vivaldi has a lot of default settings Vivaldi has a lot of settings. I looked at it and it's like, oh, F. I don't know what to do here. So I just kept the defaults at first. And then as I needed to tweak things, it's like, oh, I don't like that status bar at the bottom, or et cetera. I've adjusted it and tweaked it. From Firefox, I went to LibreWolf, and I think eventually that will be my browser that I use. There are some things I need Bluetooth, web Bluetooth for. It's called Pybricks. It allows you to program Lego hubs in Python, and you need a Chrome type browser to use that. So I have Vivaldi, and I'm just familiar with a Chrome-like, Edge-like browser from work. On my iPhone, I have an iPhone. I changed from Safari to the DuckDuckGo browser. Really like it. My browsing on my phone is not complicated, so that fits okay for me, and I made it the default. Books. This was a great change because I like the idea of not giving Jeff Bezos more money. I went from Kindle to Kobo. It's not an open source product. Actually, you can find some open source, build it yourself kind of readers. Be kind of fun if you like building hardware. I luckily got all my books downloaded and converted to EPUB before the cutoff last year. If you unfortunately weren't able to do that, you might want to stick with your Kindle for those books and have a cutoff and you use EPUB for other books. And then when it comes to physical books, I now use local options and non-app Amazon. The recommendations I have in Codeberg repo list some of those. You'd be surprised, like I was shopping at Aid Books, and I thought, okay, it's not Amazon. I'm getting these books, they're used, I'm saving money. Amazon owns Aid Books, so I went to Better World Books.
What was the cutoff last year?
I think it was in the fall. Oh, they won't let you download the files anymore. So you're stuck with the... Actually, there's probably someone that's jailbroken a Kindle and figured out how to do that stuff. So I'll leave it for people that are interested in more advanced projects. And then Audible, you can use a product called Open Audible to convert your Audible files. That one doesn't require you to, it wasn't part of the deadline last year. And LibriVox has files that are available for free. More of what worked eventually. I have to kind of tell on myself, I don't like LibreOffice. It's kind of clunky, and I've used Microsoft Office for way too long, so all that motor memory interferes with me trying to do stuff in LibreOffice. Luckily, being retired, I don't have to do a lot of that shit anymore. So I tend to lean towards open office docs. Their website is awful. Trying to find their free product or open, I'm not gonna say open source, it's not. Their community available product is a little torturous, but once you find it, you can download it. It has some really nice compatibility visually with Microsoft Office. I just try to avoid having to do Office-y kind of things. What I do like, and I've been embracing and having a lot of fun with, is using Markdown. This deck was made with Markdown and MARP. MARP is a Markdown slide presentation converter processor. So you can use MARP instead of PowerPoint. If you like Markdown and it's quick, you can use that. And you don't have as many options, obviously, as PowerPoint, but I don't need as many options. Visio, I've been working with mermaid diagrams for creating flowcharts. My statement there where you could go from Microsoft Project to mermaid diagrams, the Gantt charts that they can make. If you're a PM, you're probably having a stroke right now. It just allows you to create some Gantt charts, and it's a little clunky, but all of the mermaid diagrams are getting better over time. I've used all kinds of word processing programs over the years. I like Markdown for the structured text. It's not going to give you a lot of the features that like Microsoft Word does. And they eventually was just learning and applying these things. What kind of worked? I didn't list the name. I should have. I'll update it after this. Proton Calendar. It's a great, visually it's nice, but Proton sells a secure product. And they limit, well, I don't think they have any third-party integrations. So if you're used to Microsoft Office being able to, bidirectional sync and all kinds of stuff like that, you implement Proton, and all of a sudden, that's your calendar, and you're doing a lot of things manually. I've got some stuff I'll mention I'm doing differently later. File sharing, I'm using Mega. There's Proton Drive, but there's no native Linux sync client. I have no idea what I was thinking here. However, there's something else I might be doing in the future. I don't know. Actually, Authenticator for Google Authenticator, great. You can export everything that's in Google Authenticator. You can import it into Proton. I had no problems. That was 10 minutes of work. Microsoft Authenticator, no export. So now what I have to do is for all those applications, and there's not a lot, but still, all those applications, I have to go out to the application, turn off 2FA, remove it from Microsoft Authenticator, go back to the application and add in Proton. It's just a pain, and I'll tackle that later this summer. GitHub, I'm using Codeberg. I have a little GitHub account, and I'm sponsoring some apps on GitHub. Lately I've been using OpenCode, and their OpenCode Go feature where you can purchase, it's $10 a month, and you can purchase access to models, goes through GitHub or Google. I decided GitHub was the least of the two evils. It's difficult to get away from GitHub. If I'm looking for open source software or options or things like that, I end up at GitHub. It's just one of those things where you're going to have to say, okay, I'm going to have to live with this or figure it out eventually. Not figure it out eventually. You're gonna live with it because it's the big elephant in the room, and hopefully more stuff's going to other places. What kind of work? Social media. Facebook, fuck. Good, it bleeped it. Facebook is tough. I don't like Facebook, but all my family and friends are on Facebook. I went to Blue Sky, love it. I never had a Twitter account, so it was slow for me to get connected. I'm still working on things, but I can follow the topics I like, interesting people. It has great filtering. I'm not being sold to. Not, every third post isn't trying to get me into this group or sell me a product. Leaving Facebook's difficult. It's a social hub, and a lot of people like the convenience, and they've built up a product that people are pretty much locked into. Same kind of thing with Signal. You want to use Signal, no one else that wants to use Signal. So they message you with whatever their native app is. I'm still on Facebook, but I've reduced my, what I call attack surface there, what Facebook knows about me. I don't list my favorite movies. I don't list, this and that. I sometimes have posted things about restaurants and stuff like that, but I don't list it in groups. What didn't work? Actually, there's not an application per se that didn't work for me. Media, especially video. We have dinner, we're sitting in front of Hulu, or we're sitting in front of Disney Plus, and we're watching either a rerun of, like Bob's Burgers or The Simpsons. I haven't seen all of The Simpsons, so it's new to me. It's not that there's not a technical solution, it's just that harm reduction's not going to work. If I watch Hulu less, whoever owns Hulu, whichever oligarch that is, they're still getting my money. So if I had 5 streaming services and I went down to 1, maybe that's harm reduction. But right now, I'm just living with this as I think about other things. There are some specific applications I wasn't able to get away from. TurboTax for Business this year, that was some family stuff I needed to help with. Google Drive, same kind of thing. Same family stuff. It was a deceased family member doing taxes, probate, stuff like that. I'm not going to make my family members switch to a different solution just because I want them to. That's just, you have to live with that. Bricklink Studio. My husband does amazing stuff on Bricklink Studio. It's a CAD program for Lego. Rarely do I use it. But there's LeoCAD, open source program, and I think you can import those models into Bricklink Studio, so I'll give it a try and see. Bricklink Studio does not exist for Linux, and one of the nice things about it is it allows you to price out, this thing that you built. If I wanted to buy all those Lego, how much is it going to cost me, and where can I get it from? Okay, this is the second part of where I said that France thing. About those Claude Code, GitHub, Apple iCloud things. These are all around people that got kicked off of these services. And there's stories floating around, do your own research. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. The Anthropic one is true. Earlier this week, Anthropic experimented with dropping Claude Code from some of the Pro plans. They were doing some A/B testing with a few of their users. And they backed off and they said, our bad, we're not really going to do that. I'm expecting them to drop me from Claude $20 a month plan soon, because they're losing money. I'm already looking at open code and locally run LLM options. So this is just accelerating me to move along. I'm not getting locked in, and it's kind of, it's a novel technical problem for me to solve. Spend a few minutes thinking about what you need and what important tools or resources you'd miss and have trouble with if you didn't have them anymore. Okay, what's ongoing? The email thing I mentioned, just going to all those services and updating the accounts. Hopefully I'll get that done. I'm giving myself a lot of time. Finish this year. Or maybe I should give myself only a little bit of time, and that way I'll force myself to get it done. Calendar, I'm rethinking. I would like to have a household calendar, and there is no way I am going to convince my husband to move off of Microsoft products to Linux. That's just the way it is in our household. So I would like to have a calendar he could subscribe to, we both could subscribe to, and have, the dog's going to trainer on this day, and we got to worry about these things, and this is when this bill is due. So I'm looking at some stuff I can run in the home lab that would be a calendar service that we could share. Password manager, I'm using 1Password. It works, but I would like to maybe move to Proton Pass or KeyPass XC, I think it is. But I'm not going to do that one until I've converted all the mail over. And the bottom of that pyramid, a little bit farther up with the janky stuff, I still have passwords written on the index cards. Now, it's all safe. It's locked well, not locked away, but you're not going to find it in my messy office. But it's like, okay, those should go into 1Password and blah, blah, blah. So that's, more of that work to get a solution in. Amazon Echo, gotta admit, we use Echo at home. Oh my God, it has gotten so bad lately. I want to use Home Assistant and see if there's some local LLM options we could try for text to speech and speech to text. Weather, God, what else? Timers. It's pretty simple what we need it for. And then other, some home networking stuff. I mentioned my husband uses Microsoft products. He's also really bad with coming up with good passwords, so I want network segmentation and whatever I could do to help him be more secure, but also isolate the rest of the house from his stuff. And some migrations are slow, that's okay. All right, you are in Bellingham. I don't know how many people live in Bellingham. Raise your hands. Okay, that's quite a few. Downtown, I'm gonna go to the bottom and work my way up. Cute but Crazy Socks. They have gnome socks. Now, it's not gnome like, and I'm pronouncing that wrong, I think. Is it gnome? I tend to go with the other, and it doesn't matter. They have great socks, and they actually have 3. I'm wearing a winter one that has, they're making snow angels. It's kind of fun. But donate to Gnome also. I thought, okay, what if you run KDE? They have great dragon socks too. So check them out. 1% of their sales go to mental health. So you're doing great stuff with them. I use Local Send and GNOME. I run Fedora, both server and workstation. I like it. I like keeping things the same. But I also, on single board computers, I'm trying Armbian. I don't tend to use Raspberry Pi OS, and I'm looking into Diet Pi as OS to use. Local Send. We have, I said we have Microsoft, iPhones, and Linux. Local Send is great for just sending text, files on your local network. I love it, and I've donated money to them. Support the software you're using. You can, all the open source stuff that they recommend, you can donate your time, code, money, help them out. You can purchase services, sync services. You can buy their merch. I've got a long sleeve Rocky Linux t-shirt and a long sleeve Alma Linux t-shirt. I don't run either of them, but I believe that what they do is great. I'd like to believe that somewhere out there's a public health clinic that is using those OSs and taking the money they would have spent for Microsoft products and spending it on public health. So I hope that's the case. And then resources. You can email me questions, be happy to help. I've got my Codeberg repos that I'm working on. Just uploaded stuff this morning. I'll be fine-tuning it and adding more to it. There's some other projects you might find interesting. I'm working on a little solar server workstation that would be solar powered. I really would like to do some kind of an LLM single board computer, solar powered also. I'll have that on Codeberg and some of the details. I'm on Blue Sky there. I posted the quick wins because I posted the Codeberg repo link there. Brad is on Instagram. You can find his stuff there. And I really like that quote from, it's Burning Man 2011, I think I saw that. The secret to transitions is at some point in the struggle, you suddenly become aware that you're already there. So you're going to struggle, potentially you're going to struggle with this stuff, maybe not. I did, and every once in a while you're like, oh man, this is nice, it's working, or this has been fun, and I get to do this next thing. That's one of Brad's Lego projects. It's the Whatcom Old City Hall. That's now the Whatcom Museum. All right, Bellingham Old City Hall, now the Whatcom Museum. That is the minifig scale version that is out on Lego Ideas. So if it gets about 3,000 more votes in a month, it will be considered as potentially a Lego set. But Brad has also produced a couple sets for the Wacom Museum that were sold. There was a smaller microscale version of this, a sloth set where the sloth was at the top of the tree. Yeah, it was super adorable. And you didn't hear it from me, it hasn't been released yet. There's a Skyline set that he's producing for the museum, and they're going to sell it probably in a couple weeks. And we're going to be down there next Friday for a Lego contest they have where families can build different colorful creations, I think it's called. Lego's not open source, but it's a lot of fun, and Brad enjoys it, and so that is also getting us plugged into the community. What questions do you folks have? Yeah.
So you were mentioning changing your DNS.
Yeah.
How much can Google or Cloudflare or whoever actually do with the information they gain from you using their DNS? Like, how much does that actually benefit the company?
Targeted advertising.
Targeted advertising through DNS?
Yeah.
Yep, they know where you're going.
Yeah. They wouldn't do it if they didn't benefit from it.
Well, DNS is unencrypted too, right? So they actually know this, or at least it can be unencrypted, right? So they actually know where you're going and what you're visiting, and they theoretically just block you from going to certain places if you want to.
I don't want them to know everywhere I'm going.
What considerations went into self-hosting versus using alternative hosted services like Proton Mail?
When it comes to mail, no, I don't want to do that. But when it comes to other stuff, I guess the overriding thing in my home lab is, and that's kind of, I'd be running it in my home lab. Is it interesting? Do I have the hardware for it? Does it fit in with architecture I have already? Boy, it's not like I had some grand philosophical plan or technical plan. A lot of it's been bit by bit, and I think there are a lot of decisions I'll be revisiting a year from now, and I'll be going, maybe it's time to update that. Trying not to say, God, why did I do that stupid thing? Yeah.
So supposing you only had yourself to worry about with Google Drive, you
Okay.
didn't have to get other people on board. What applications do you think you would gravitate towards in trying to replace using Google Drive?
What do you have on Google Drive?
I have.
I mean, in general.
Well, files.
Yeah, right. I guess I'm using Proton Drive through the web interface for, things I've scanned that I need to, like maybe not my birth certificate or social security card, but important documents that, my diploma, or things I want to keep that I may need to reference in the future, that if there was a fire, when those paper documents were lost. Receipts, maybe. I'm still working on it. That's what I put on Proton Drive.
Okay.
But if you've got all your media on Google Drive, boy, I don't know. That's a good one. I don't know if anyone else has a recommendation.
Nextcloud?
I'm sorry?
Nextcloud?
Nextcloud, yeah, a lot of people like Nextcloud, something to consider. S3 Drive is one that I'm looking at. I think it's got open source elements to it, but I don't know if it's fully open source. Sorry, you had your hand up?
In the earlier, you talked about transitioning from Gmail to Proton Mail.
Right.
I've done the same. The biggest problem or hurdle that I've found is accounts that I've created with SSO SAML, which is basically Google's giving them the authentication token.
Right.
There's some services I've created accounts you cannot change that. Have you found any kind of workarounds to transition away from those Gmail services?
No, I haven't run into that one yet. Good to know.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so. And we're talking about right about here for a higher level, my understanding of it. But
like if you go to sign up for an account, you can enter a username and password. You
Right,
just
right.
sign in with Google, right? And Google handles that authentication back and forth. But I haven't found a way. Once that authentication is set up, you can't go in and change your email or set up a new password. Or it's really been a hassle.
Have you created an account?
Yeah, but on accounts that I have stuff saved in, yeah.
So you can't say this is my new email address because you're going through Google. Wow, I hadn't thought about that one. That's a great problem. Did we answer your question? I mean, I don't have a good answer. I just want to make sure we transition quickly. I wanted to make sure.
A couple of ideas for me to look into.
Okay.
You could try local NAS,
Local NAS?
like a network attached storage.
And there are ways you could do that with a single board computer, or you could find an older.
You do it with a Raspberry Pi?
Yeah. I saw two hands back there. Let's go. The guy in the blue shirt.
I'm curious when you started on Linux.
I started on.
Why?
Way back. Wow, I was working in Mukilteo, and
It was for work.
It was for work. Yeah, we were getting SCO in. Is that the Santa Cruz SC whatever the Linux or Unix version was, and I got Coherent, which was a Unix that Mark Williams C came out with. And then I started looking at Slackware and, was playing around with the tech product. And then as I used it more and more, especially as first MP3s I played on Linux music player. And first windowing in Linux, I was using X Windows and some of the products that are really hard to set up or more difficult to set up. And now, I like Fedora. I used Ubuntu. I like Fedora. They are becoming easier and easier to use. So that's how I got started. Anyone else? Yeah.
I might recommend you look at what your local library has for media.
Yes.
For streaming, they do have some services that you use.
The Canopy. Yeah, Canopy is streaming. If you like documentaries or some old TV shows, Canopy allows you to do that. It's kind of a Netflix-like streaming solution. Haven't gotten into it, and you can also check stuff out. So, we're watching The Simpsons. There may be a complete set of The Simpsons we could check out, and we'll just have a marathon. I don't know. But yeah, your local library has lots of services that can help. Also, you can get free music through an application called Freegal. And you can download, you can actually download up to 5 songs a week. And so you build up your music collection that way. Plus, you can stream. Now, some of them are live versions of songs you like. Some of them, you might not have a song, but there are options there. So thank you. That's a great suggestion. Anyone else?
We have time for like one more question, and then we've got to get the room ready for the next
All right.
speaker.
Well, thank you so much for your attention. I appreciate it. I'm just going to unplug this, and
that should be it.
I'll head over to CC 233.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
thank
let
you.
them know that you didn't get your goodie bag when you checked in.
Okay.
Be sure you get one.
Awesome.
I did that scout, so I have a public speaking experience, but in front of
Now,
people, no.
these folks have an option to give me feedback, right? Or give the talk feedback. Do I get that? Or because I would like to make this better and maybe present it as Seagull.
I honestly do not have an answer for that, but if you go back to the headquarters, Vivian, the one that was sitting at the desk, she should have an answer for you about the feedback specifically.
I'll ask her. Thank you.
No problem.
I just have a few suggestions.
Sure.
For search engine, look into Sear XMG.
That's on my, I can't cover everything, so that's in one of the ones that's in my repo list of recommendations. It's one I'm researching.
And then also for the WireGuard, back to your home lab. Netbird, there's actually a rep here.
Netbird.
Look into that.
Okay.
It's excellent.
Do you use it?
I actually made an instance of it and was testing it against what Cloudflare offered, and it's for a free service way better than for my use case.
I'll look into it. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to suggest you another one for your browsing privacy. You can use Privacy Badger.
I use Privacy Badger. I should have put that on the list.
Yeah, that's fine.
It helps block the cookies basically. It's really for that.
Why did I switch? I love the, I love the logo.
Oh yeah, the little banner.
And I ordered a sticker and it got lost in the mail. Actually, it fell out of the box. I ordered a hat at the same time, but man, the hat is menacing. EFF on the front, and I feel like I'm going to scare people if I'm wearing it, so it stays at home. I'll look at Privacy Badger again and see what people say about this versus that.
Yeah, well, basically you put it on top of uBlock Origin. They both work hand in hand. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, have you guys heard of Control D?
No.
Yeah, I use that a long time ago, actually.
So I like it a lot because it's really user friendly and you can do like network wide ad blocking, and you can add and take away whatever you want. But it's really user friendly too.
Some people say Pi-hole too.
Yeah, it's not even Pi-hole. Control D is so
a technical solution, and I need to get out of the way because I think I'm standing in the way of progress.
Are the slides on your clipboard?
They are. The slides, the bigger recommendation list, and a profile that is soon to be updated. Within a week.
Yeah. I'd love to pick your brain a little bit more on it.
Sure, sure.
I've had a couple of
It went well. It went really well. I must not have been paying attention to the time because we got to the end and he's like, oh, we got time for one more question. What is your, mine was about replacing big tech services. Yours is?
End of life Linux software. Talking about ELS, ways to escape the. Apparently, my multitasking skills are not here today.
Focus on your talk. Totally understand. Good luck. I'm also going to find some coffee. I can't go that way. I need a duck. Thanks. Let's see some. Right? That's what we're supposed to be. Where did I get wrong?
Yeah, I'm gonna come
Structural requirements. Somebody comes along later, once they down and such a way that he has that is not but it's still very small. Is it going to draw in a little bit? So it's right here. And I was able to actually on my other frameworks a lot better. Whatever. Yeah, this one is so bad. And I could like download these things. Yeah, okay, fantastic. All these different files. How to survive. Seattle's,
Exactly, right. Exactly. So for me, I know what I'm getting into. I'm doing that because I want to run multiple VMs. I'm always going to be on the wall side. The person
I probably get everyone.
I just wanted to see if it would work first. It does.
So you just need to you could actually just run it on the
Sideways writing skills, impressive. Oh, was that up then too? Oh. Good job.
You know how iCloud has photos? Seriously. It's the same thing. I can just
Been doing this for a while now. There you go. Wait, there was an option to get paid to show up? Now you tell me?
Those sold out, those were back online a few days ago. I only took it dangerous, my friend.
Trying to figure out what you You're revising it down.
Even then, you have the reason sound. Alright, so they should I thought it was going to get like
Oh, have you been talking to people? Take a seat? I needed to write up here. That's fair. That's fair. You gotta get the hat and the shirt. Everyone sees it.
I asked if he heard the videos of system all the time.
Yeah.
At least.
It's not as bad as what he deals with at work, though, so. Yeah.
That's fair.
He does a lot of work from home, so work from home, to get out and learn to socialize. It's that, yeah.
Human contact for a bit?
Yeah, it's that commute across the hall, you know?
I was telling somebody at dinner last night, my commute to work varies wildly. Some days it's dead, other nights it's, or other days, it's bed to the shower. Some days, if traffic's really bad, it's bed to the gym, to the shower. It depends.
I did. Okay.
If I was going to say, if I have an meeting, if it's internal at first meeting,
Yeah, it's $1. Yeah,
it's maybe 30 minutes plus until the next micro.
Yeah, mine is kind of, what I do,
The last one I was in.
So it inspires you. Yeah, it's kind of hard because it's like, what is it?
So I guess there's
Yeah, that's the. Yeah, you just learn by showing.
That's true, Matt.
I was actually thinking about running my it's like, it's just gonna take like 8 different answers. Because it's like, you check the hallway, you have to feel like essentially give you, let's almost say, you are which means so you're okay. You're okay. You don't have to get that. It's a lot of different structures for.
No, I wanted to talk with you. How was that?
We actually just got.
I mean, it's a ruler.
This is the pain point. The biggest one much of your so different people. I have people who are there for using 4A. I still have it. And I will tell you now. So I would like to.
What model do you have? 2. You like it? I've tried using my iPad Pro, and it's too much. And Apple Notes tries to change too much of my writing. It's like, you're not going to understand my chicken scratch. Just don't even bother. But I've been looking at the 2s in particular.
Yeah, I love my 2.
It's good to know. Good to know. Are you my timekeeper? You're the one that's
sure,
going to tell me to
Captain.
shut up? What do I need to know logistically? Anything?
It looks like you've got everything connected, so that should be good. So there's not really much. I would say if you're able to stay near the microphone, like within like a good 5-foot perimeter, that'd probably be the best for the audio recording.
Okay. I'm just going to pick it up and carry it with me. Is that okay?
I don't know how long the cord is, so.
All right. So it's 30 minutes plus Q&A?
Yeah, so 30 minutes plus 15 minutes of Q&A, so it's.
So I get to talk for 40 minutes and then 5 minutes of questions?
Yeah, whatever works.
All right. Figure give people another minute and we get started. See, 5 feet from the microphone.
R.I.
Make it back here. Well, the thing is, I was at Alma Linux Day Vancouver last year, and they had a big half-moon shaped stage, and a microphone, and a wide-angle camera. And I used every bit of that,
every bit of that stage. It was fantastic. And then I went to Scale a few weeks ago, and they literally had a tape box on the floor, and it was enough to do this the whole time. And it's just like, I'm in a box, and it's not fair.
Where was the big stage?
On the Linux Day, Vancouver. I forget what the venue was. I think it was a tech college, actually, which is all of about, 60 miles from here? All right, it's 1 after, so there'll be no wand waving or silly incantations in this. Oh, wait, that's the wrong presentation. All right, first rule is I do not take myself too seriously, so neither should any of you. So we are going to be talking about escaping the end-of-life nightmare, lessons from the Linux graveyard. So if you're in the wrong room, too bad, it's too late. I've started talking. All right, so welcome. I hope you all are enjoying Linux Fest Northwest. How many of you it's your first time? Nice, welcome, welcome. 10 times or more? Awesome. Cool, that's great to hear. And I only had to bribe a few of you to come in here, so this is great. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Eric the IT Guy Hendricks. I was a longtime Linux systems administrator, and what else do I do? What else have I done? I was a longtime Linux systems administrator, and then I turned into the dark side of sales and marketing. So I do a lot of technical marketing. And gosh, I forgot my own title slide. Former Red Hatter, currently working for CIQ, so thank you to Control IQ for paying for my flight out here and drinks last night. That was really nice of you all. I've also worked for GitLab. I also volunteer with the Fedora podcast, former host of the Sudo Show, Rel Presents, and current co-host of the Fedora podcast. And if that's not enough, I'm an adjunct professor at a community college back in Kansas City, so this all feels very, very familiar and comfortable to me. I feel like I'm at home, away from home. So I'll have the QR code up at the end of the talk as well. Please reach out and connect, share your stories. I'm a storyteller at heart, which is why I get paid to talk to people nowadays. So definitely reach out, connect. I love to hear your stories, love to answer questions, connect with anybody that wants to. As a few people can attest, I can stand around and talk about nothing for 20 minutes. So more than happy to get to know each and every one of you, except for those of you that I already know, like guy in the back. So some of you may understand my pain. This is a therapy session for me, more than it is a talk for all of you. But you may understand the story that was kind of the inspiration from this talk. We'll talk about that 2 a.m. wake-up call. Some of you are young enough that you may have that call ahead of you in your life, in which case you should be taking notes and learn from my mistakes. We'll talk about 4 paths out of end of life. I guess I should have given you the synopsis ahead of time, but we'll do that after the fact. We'll talk about retire, migrate, containerize, and extend. 4 paths out of the end of life nightmare. And then we'll talk about the hidden cost of just 1 more year. And then how to design your enterprise applications to avoid being caught in this mess in the future. Because if you've been caught in this mess, you never, ever, ever, ever want to be there again. All my sysadmins in the room said yes. Am I the only sysadmin in the room?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
or recovering sysadmins. I'm recovering. All right, so I should have started with sort of the abstract, but basically, as a systems administrator, it's great fun, and it is the joy of my life to build something new, to start a new project, to get to take the latest and greatest Linux operating system, install it on a brand new Blade chassis, or spin up all those new virtual machines running 10. What's current right now? 10.1, almost 2604 in the next few days, I think.
2 days ago.
2 days ago. Okay, thank you. Awesome. So 2604 is live. That's news to me. I work in enterprise Linux, so. So if you have or haven't been in this space, the problem is that as much as we all love to build the new things, to run the new shiny, that doesn't always happen. There's this old stuff that we call legacy. It's just old junk, let's be honest. Legacy is a beautiful sales term that isn't true. It's just old junk that we're stuck with, let's be honest. And so this actually happened. I'm ashamed to say that the mistakes I've made, and we'll share with you over the course of this talk, actually happened. They're true. So don't judge. If you are going to judge, buy me a drink later. It'll be fine. So we had an old, back in my sysadmin days, we had an old Dell PowerEdge, I want to say. And this thing, when I say that it was held together by gum and duct tape, I wish I were exaggerating. This thing was definitely on its last leg. We knew it. We knew it was a problem. There was all of 2 people in some weird abstract corner of accounting that still used the database that ran on this server, and it had all the company's data for well over a decade. I'm not making this up. It was running Red Hat Advanced Server 2.1. Not Red Hat Linux, not Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Red Hat Advanced Server 2.1. Can anyone take a guess, and you only get one chance to answer, can anyone take a guess whether or not Red Hat still supported said operating system?
No.
No. In fact, I'm sure most of the people that worked Red Hat support at the time probably didn't even know how to spell Advanced Server. Let's be honest, it was that old. For reference, this was probably 2016, 2017, so RHEL 7 would have been at the peak of its life cycle. Yeah, Red Hat Advanced Server 2.1. No one in the company knew what it did or that it existed until one fateful night, literally in the middle of the night, because like smoke detectors, servers don't know any other time to crash except 2 o'clock in the morning. It crashed hard. It was fun. Guess what I got to do? By the way, not just sysadmin at the time, also a master's student at Keller Management School, something or other. I was working on my master's program. I was in my Keystone class. I remember that not because I was excited about the achievement, but because I was working on my master's paper at the same time I was waiting for tape backups to run. Again, true story. So the long and short of it is, I got to spend the next 3 days basically living out of our IT office, requesting tapes from Iron Mountain. Yes, tapes. Not cloud backups, not on-site. No, these were off-site underneath a mountain inside of Kansas City, Missouri. I got to order tapes, and let me tell you, emergency requisitions from a company like Iron Mountain, not cheap, not fun. So we got to requisition the tapes back, load them into our tape library. The hardware was not salvageable. So we got to bend the rules of what's supported, capital S and lowercase s, which is a different talk for a different day. But we found out that Advanced Server like 2.2 or 2.4 was still supported on our oldest VMware hypervisor that we had running. Not 2.1, 2.2 or 2.4, somewhere in that space. And so what we ended up doing was we ended up finding, probably on a torrent site somewhere, a copy of Red Hat Advanced Server 2.4. We'll just go with 2.4 for argument. And install that on a virtual machine running on a VMware hypervisor. And then spend the next several days restoring the database from tape. Let me tell you, end-of-life Linux software is something I've become very, very passionate about. Once again, true story. So why is end-of-life Linux software inevitable? And why most of us ignore it? One, it's not fun. But, just a second here. I cannot read that from this angle, so... Where are my speaker notes? I was told I had to stay inside this box, so... Is that... Oh, you know what? Forget it. All right. We only have so much time. So, the graveyard is always bigger than you think. Remember in my story, I mentioned the fact that no one really had this server in inventory anywhere. The Excel spreadsheet, yes, that we used at the time did not have the server listed until it crashed. We literally had to look it up and then go and look up and down the racks for the system that had all the red blinking lights on it. End of life happens to every distro, runtime, and framework. Did anybody realize that CentOS Linux 7 is actually end of life?
Yep.
Yes. June 2024. Also in June 2024, RHEL 7 went end of life. RHEL 6 actually went end of life around that same time period. Some others you might be familiar with, PHP 7.4. If you're running it in production, please stop. November 2022. April 2023, Ubuntu 18.04, which is sad because I used a lot of 18.04. All these things are no longer supported, no longer maintained, so what does that mean? Every new vulnerability that's found, vulnerable. Every time you want a new feature, every time a system goes belly up, you're out of luck because it's end of life. It's no longer being supported. Problem is, for some reason, IT operations managers, CTOs, always seem to ignore this little fact when it comes around time for budget. When we're planning for headcount, when we're planning for deploying new hardware, when we're planning what projects are we going to tackle this year. All these end-of-life systems always end up on the bottom of that list. Some arguments you may have heard sitting in these very same meetings that I've sat in, it's still working. We'll get to it next quarter. Or, we've got so much else that we have to fix. We'll get to it. Problem is, as shown in my example, risk is invisible until it's not. Because then at that point, it becomes an emergency. And so you may find yourself at 4 o'clock in the morning switching out tapes in your tape drive while also writing your master's thesis paper. Been there, done that, not fun. Don't recommend, no stars. So I mentioned that there's 4 paths out of this nightmare. First, retire it, or as I like to say, kill it with fire. If no one's using the thing, shut it down. Because if it's running and no one's using it, the only problem that you'll come across is it's just an open door for someone else to walk in. But if you shut it down, it's not there. It's not an open window anymore. You can migrate it. You can move to something supported. You can containerize it, which is one of my favorite and most complicated solutions, but we'll talk about that here in a minute. Or you can extend it. We'll talk about that as well.
Retiring it, you can unplug it on Monday morning, maybe you have 8 hours to work on it if something.
Now see, you're speaking with logic there. So he mentioned that if you retire something in the form of a plan, you can unplug it at 8 a.m. on Monday morning when you have an 8-hour workday. But I disagree with that because it just makes too much sense. No, I agree. Why systems decide to crash at 2 a.m. instead of 9 a.m. on Monday morning, I don't know. The right answer depends on 3 things. Risk. What happens if we shut this thing down and we realize we still need it? Cost. It takes man hours. It takes time. And I just kicked the podium. And then the third thing is, it's harder to find. How long do you need the thing? If it's a tax information database, you can rest assured that there's a certain number of years that you have to retain that data. Even if it's not readily accessible, you have to retain that data for a certain number of years, and the government can't ever make up its mind how long that time is. But the problem is, there's retention laws or retention rules around anything, whether it's customer data, whether it's PII, whether it's transaction data, anything like that will fall under some kind of retention rule. Sometimes the right answer is just to kill it, or put politely, to retire it. What does that look like? First, ask your end users. If you work in IT operations, you're still customer facing. Your end users, your customers, may just be database administrators, or they may be customers that are using whatever it is, internal customers, people that are using whatever web app, database, or system that is running on that particular server. Ask around, hey, do you use XYZ database? You can actually log into the system and run certain commands to see the kind of activity. What's disk I/O look like over the last 72 hours? Who's logged into the system? When was the last time someone logged into the system? Stale doesn't mean unused. Back to my example. 2 people in the entire company use this weird abstract database for one dark corner of accounting that no one wanted to talk about. To this day, I don't remember what it was. I just know that 2 people still needed this database and they checked for customer data once a month. I mean, it was just that odd of a use case. So just because no one's using it doesn't mean it's not still in use. So check thoroughly. I'll give you a quick and dirty checklist for retiring a system. Backups. If we didn't have tape backups, that company may not have survived. Backups are important. Data retention. I talked about different organizations are subject to different types of rules, different types of retention rules. Just because you shut down a server, that's not the end of the road. There could be firewall rules, disk rules, LUNs, LANs, VLANs, different things across your infrastructure that are not system-based, not OS-based, that may be impacted. If you leave port 8080 open for a server that you retired, and then later on you bring in a completely different system and give it the same IP address, that port's going to be open whether you intended it to or not. So the system is not the only thing that's getting decommissioned here. DNS, it's always DNS. You might also buy yourself a little bit of time in being able to discontinue other services on other platforms. For instance, if you shut down a web app that no one uses anymore, double check and make sure that there's not a database on another server that fuels that web app. You may actually get a 2-for-1 deal. And then the last thing on the checklist, once you shut it down, celebrate. Because you've taken something old, something vulnerable, out of circulation. I've never gotten to do this, but I highly recommend the Office Space approach, where you carry the hardware out into a field and beat it to death with a baseball bat. I told you, I don't take myself very seriously, so. Path number 2, migrate it. This is one of the easier ways to go about it, because most software nowadays has some kind of an update path. I am a systems administrator, so I think in terms of the operating system. For instance, if I'm running a version of Red Hat Enterprise Linux or any other Enterprise Linux, and Ubuntu has features for this as well, you can actually upgrade between major versions. So if we'd been running RHEL 7 at the time, or I guess RHEL 6 at the time, we could have done an in-place upgrade to RHEL 7. It's cute how the transcription's trying to keep up. So the first thing you need to do is assess what version are we running? What are the dependencies? What other libraries are impacted? That's why I can tell I've written my own slides, because I know what I'm going to say and don't always keep up. Please plan your migration. Don't start a migration on a company production system in the middle of the workday if your customer is going to be accessing said system. Not a good idea. Pick your target distribution. If you're going from RHEL 6 to RHEL 7, or nowadays, if you're on RHEL 7, you're going to RHEL 8, or any sort of enterprise Linux, really. Sorry, this is, I spend all of my time in enterprise Linux. This applies to Ubuntu, Debian, SUSE, enterprise Linux, any of those things. I just think in terms of enterprise Linux, so my apologies. Pick a target distro version and minor version. So if you're going from 2404 to 2604, have that destination in mind. Look at the underlying libraries. So if you're running a Python app, look at what Python libraries are supported by that major version. Stage in non-production. Test your migration before you do it on live data. Did I mention backups? And then finally, execute the migration. So if you're going from one major version to another, try it out in dev, try it out in test, try it out in stage before you go to production. And in fact, one of the best things to do is for your application to be behind a load balancer, where you can do a blue-green deployment, where you're going to have 2404 running and 2604 running in parallel, and let that run for a week. Make sure everything works. Make sure there aren't any bugs. So, first path out of the end-of-life nightmare is to retire. Second, migrate, upgrade. Third, the buy some time strategy. This one requires a little bit more work than the other three. Think about the OSI layers. Each layer could be interacted with independently. So the operating system and the workloads are not necessarily tied together at the hip. You can actually upgrade them at different times. So think about this scenario. You've got an end-of-life Linux operating system that you need to upgrade, but there's no upgrade path. Or maybe the system just isn't going to be around that long, but you want to make sure that you're protected. Operating systems, libraries, applications all have different life cycle dates. So it's incredibly possible to just containerize that workload, put it in a container, and move it to a newer container hypervisor, or a new container host. So if you're running, I keep going back to Enterprise Linux. If you're running Enterprise Linux 7, which is currently extended life, you can take the workload off of that system and move it onto something that's running Enterprise Linux 8, while keeping your workloads, your Python libraries, your application code on the same version. So you containerize things, you put things in separate boxes and upgrade them at different rates. You can actually move older application code into a container and move that container onto something that is supported. That's my buy me some time strategy. It isolates the problem. You can fix your outdated operating system without having to upgrade your application code. Again, I've said a lot of this. This works really, really well for things like web apps, where the application code changes at a different rate than the underlying operating system. Things with APIs, stable interfaces, ports that don't change over time. This works really, really well for less complicated applications. Gives you a lot of momentum without a lot of budget. But it is complicated because you are talking about migrating from something that may be running as an RPM into a container. So it takes a different skill set, sure, but you're all smart because you're here learning, taking notes, engaging with different people, figuring out how to use different technologies to achieve an outcome. So to do that, pick up some Docker skills, pick up some Podman skills, and learn how to containerize that application, and then move that container onto something newer. However, keep in mind, this is a stopgap. This is a bridge. This isn't your destination, because guess what? You may have updated the underlying operating system by moving into a container, but that application code is still old. So this is just one step in a multi-step process. So don't just containerize it and throw it on a newer host and say, I'm done. This is a multi-step process. That's why I say that this is the most complicated of the 4 paths. So we have retire it, kill it with fire. We have migrate it. That's going like to like, just on newer systems. We have containerizing it, buying some time. Or the 4th one, if necessary, is vendor-supported lifelines. ELS, extended lifecycle support. EUS, extended update support. A lot of different companies have this. Vendors like Red Hat, Canonical, SUSE, TuxCare, CIQ. A lot of these enterprise vendors, a lot of these enterprise Linux vendors have ELS options. Now, see, I almost got ahead of myself again, but anyway, slides, they're fine. So what does this give you? It means that for an end-of-life Linux distribution version, you still get CVE coverage. You still get security patches. Or if you're in a regulated industry, you're still technically covered because you have a vendor that is still providing security updates, still supplying support, still patching the most critical of CVEs. But what don't you get? You don't get any new features. You don't get any upstream fixes. You don't get regular bug fixes unless they pose a security threat. And if you really think about it, you should feel just a little bit of guilt, because while you're supported, it's a technicality. Because something that is as old as CentOS Linux 7 isn't going to have all the spit and polish. It's not going to have all the features. It's not going to have all the performance improvements, the hardware support, or the active attention that something like Ubuntu 2204, what year is it? 2404 might have. 2604. We established that that's live. I can use that in my talk now. Welcome to my brain. It's a scary place. What does it cost you? It buys you time, but it costs you money. That's the trade-off that you got to think about when you look at something like ELS. ELS subscriptions, I don't care which vendor you go with, is going to cost you more money than a standard subscription. It costs literal dollars to run end-of-life software. But it's great for regulated industries. See, I know my talk, I just don't know my slides. So here in a minute, I want to show you a flow chart or a decision tree, and we'll talk about a few of those things about when you'd pick which one. But before we decide what to do with your existing hardware, let's decide how to not end up in this situation again. Because ask Eric, he doesn't like to be called at 2 a.m. to fix a server that only 2 people in the company care about. And I gotta go fast, I got 5 minutes. Maintain a lifecycle calendar. And this is actually pretty easy because I'll show you a website. I'll give you a link to a website that does this for you. Keep track of the operating system, the libraries, the application code, anything that runs in production. Keep a calendar of when that goes end of life. It'll help you plan. It'll give you fuel for those budget and resource conversations that you have with your team hopefully every quarter or so, at minimum once a year. Maintain a lifecycle calendar. Build upgrade windows into your roadmap. Everyone gets so excited when a new application goes into production. We get that new customer website up. We fix that shopping cart. We deploy a new database that has that flux capacitor supported system in it. You know, whatever the case may be, we celebrate when those things get into production, but then we don't ever think about, oh, well, there'll be patches, there'll be upgrades, there'll be maintenance required. We've got to go out and clean out caches every so often. Keep that stuff in mind when you plan your resource availability for the year. When you go in and ask for more headcount, keep in mind that there are things that you have to do to a system after it goes live in production. You can't just deploy 10.0 and then get shocked when someone tells you that, oh yeah, 10.8's out. Automate patching from day one. This is very controversial. So if you want to go out on Twitter, we can have a good old Twitter war about this. I vote automated patching. Not during live production hours, maybe. Wait, if you can, start your patching when the people on the West Coast go home for the day. Start your patching then, not at 10 o'clock at night, because then you're tired, you're exhausted from a long day, and now you're asking your team to stay up late into the night, which means that they're tired, their brains are foggy, or they're spending way too much money on caffeine. It's not good for your team. So if you automate that, using Ansible playbooks, using DNF automatic, whatever works, automate the mundane things that are very, very prone to problems. If you keep up with your patches, you're a lot less likely to generate problems within your application. Define that policy now. Don't wait until you're waiting for your tapes to arrive for Iron Mountain to decide, we should probably have a policy about this. How long do we keep systems? How long do we wait before we end of life a certain operating system? And again, test migrations. So for those of you that have managers, or maybe you are a manager who says, it's working fine, we can wait another year. There's some risks. Guess what? The older something gets, the more vulnerable it becomes. CVEs don't wait. In fact, they get worse the longer you wait. Compliance exposure. Guess what? If you are in a regulated industry and you're running non-compliant systems and you're breached, guess what government organization's not going to feel sorry for you when you get hacked? Guess what government contract isn't going to be renewed? Guess what news agencies are not going to feel sorry for you when you didn't patch a 10-year-old vulnerability? When you become the headline, no one's going to feel sorry for you. I know that's cruel, but it's true.
In some cases, insurance won't pay out.
Insurance won't pay out. That's a great point. So, while one more year may sound good on paper, let's ask, what's cheaper? What's better for our bottom line? Fixing it now, or ending up on the front page of the newspaper? Newspapers is where they took actual paper and put news on it and distributed it out by hand, just for my younger audience. All right, there's a decision tree. You come across an end-of-life system. What do? Ask yourselves these questions. Is this system still needed? No. Kill it with fire. How long do you need for a migration? This is a little bit harder question to ask. If you still need it, how long is it going to take? Do you need it for a few months? Go ahead and migrate to a newer system. Newer technology stack, newer libraries, better hardware. Is it going to take a year and a half? Maybe we want to throw this in a container. That won't take as long, and it buys us some time, and it protects at least a few of the attack vectors that someone can use against us. If you need it for more than a couple of years, maybe ELS for a year or two makes sense to make sure that you do the migration correctly. Don't rush it and cause yourself more problems. Here's a question that you have to ask yourself. Did we set a hard deadline? No? Drop everything, go set a deadline. Because if you don't set a deadline, guess what will never, ever happen? A project that is listed as due someday might as well be never. I have other stories I could tell, but let's see. Maybe I'll tell one. Okay, I'll come back to my story if there's no questions. But I want to leave you with some resources. If you go to endoflife.date, this is community-supported website that is basically your end-of-life calendar. They've done all the work for you, and it covers applications, it covers Linux distributions, it tracks just about everything. It is a really, really cool website, endoflife.date. And if you're scurrying to write down notes, the recording will be available, but also I sent the conference themselves a copy of my slide deck, so these slides will be available. You can also go to access.redhat.com or ubuntu.com or ciq.com. Every one of the major enterprise every one of the major enterprise Linux vendors has a website where they list their go live dates, their end of life dates, and their ELS, so their extended life cycle support dates. So that'll help you build out that calendar of, well, we're a Canonical customer, or maybe you just use Ubuntu Community Edition and you realize that you need ELS support. You can go talk to Canonical. You can go talk to Red Hat if you're running RHEL systems that are about to go end of life. These vendors are here to help. That is why we have enterprise versions of these distributions to support the free and open source software that we all love. Okay. Thank you for coming to my talk. So I have a website. I host a couple of podcasts. So feel free to reach out and connect me on LinkedIn. Happy to network with folks. But I'm more than happy to take any questions. And I only went 3 minutes over. Thank you very much. Any questions, or I'm happy to share stories. I literally can talk for hours. Go for it.
So if you're containerizing in the solution, wouldn't that mean you have to then take into consideration the life cycle and EOL policy of both the host system and then the containerization software? So now it adds like a layer to it. So the EOL, you have the layer of end of life.
Very, very true. It does increase the complexity because, like you said, that matrix of end-of-life dates, supported versions, that becomes a little bit more complex because you do have another layer. In fact, I know Red Hat has one, I think Canonical has one. They've got a page where they talk about containerized workloads and what versions of containers are supported on what versions of the operating system. So there are tools out there, and I think endoflife.date takes containers into account as well. But if you go out and look, you can kind of see which versions of which containers. So if you're just running, say, a generic CentOS stream container, a UBI image, you can go out and check and see this version of UBI is supported on these versions of the operating system. But it would be important to kind of keep that in mind, that it does add an extra layer of complexity, just one more set of dates that could impact you moving forward. But I think in that situation, and I think in that scenario, the pros greatly outweigh the cons. Did I answer your question?
Yep.
And I should repeat these for the recording. Sorry. Any other questions? Well, thank you all for coming out to Linux Fest Northwest. Thank you so much for attending my talk. I really appreciate it. And if you want to chat afterwards, I'm more than happy to stick around. Otherwise, I'll be down in the expo hall at the CIQ booth, where we've got hats, shirts, stickers. Please take all the stickers, all the hats. Take them all. I don't want to fly them home to Kansas City. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of the conference and hope to see you tonight at dinner and the social hour afterwards. Thank you all very much.
I know the skills that I
Not a problem.
Yeah.
There's just no magic trick when your hardware lock is.
Whatever one you want to do, get on the same page.
You hope that redundant power supplies will save you, but they only save you for so long.
Our problem was like, we had to have SATA card, not SATA,
Yeah, those
SCSI.
two,
We were still, like, the equipment we're plugging into, the vendor went away.
Either one.
Well, shit, we actually, I think my favorite one was,
Well, again.
the software is originally
comment,
written in
there's gonna be something at the yard
1988.
sale
The
at the school where.
vendor, the company who bought
you're
them when they
supposed
went
to know
bankrupt,
at our
so
school.
rewrote
Yeah, it's kinda
16-bit
like there might be the
in
room that there might be
1992,
Yeah.
right before they went out of
maybe the
business.
Raspberry Pi from the
And when I went to go upgrade that machine to 64-bit, that's when I figured out that the 16-bit software would only run on 32-bit hardware or operating system. So I had to go and like redo everything I had planned. So we could, because that literally there had been nobody supporting this environmental chamber since 1992, and there was nothing on the planet that does what this thing did.
That was one of the stories I had was we had an application upgrade that went sideways, and we didn't know it, but the vendor had been out of business for about 2 years.
Yeah, so there's no secret magic tricks. There's just yeah.
And I tried to cover as many cases as I could, but there's every application upgrade that's used is an edge case. Because there's just so many variables.
So, non-computer related, but very much the legacy problem. Boeing had a wind tunnel that had a model fall apart. It went around the wind tunnel, made it back into the blades.
Okay.
The blades were wood, made by a furniture manufacturer down the street in the 60s. Turned out, by the mid-2010s, that furniture manufacturer had been out of business for about 30 years. But Boeing being Boeing, had some really big 3D scanners, and some people who knew some fiberglass. And so they actually went and scanned out these blades for this wind tunnel. And now they had enough to rebuild the one that had been blown apart, and they now all of their replacement blades are carbon fiber.
Nice.
But
Well,
like,
I mean, that was actually I should have added a slide for
How big
for
were the
how
blades?
I think it's not the 9x9; it's bigger than the 9x9. It was the transonic wind tunnel. I think they were somewhere around 8 feet per blade.
So not small.
No, no. It was a lot of energy when it came apart, apparently.
So it wasn't a matter of going up to Walmart and buying one of those cheap desk fans, installing those in
You can just get your 3D printer out or something.
Well, the other one that was funny about that one that also made the news was, if you ever drove by Boeing Field, they had that big wind tunnel that had these big, gigantic balls, and those were to hold air for when they needed to go transonic. Because the wind tunnel itself normally ran about 300 miles an hour at scale, and then to be able to run at 700 or 800 miles an hour, they had these big pressurized balls that were 40 feet diameter. When they opened them up, they were filled with beer cans. Because what they figured out is that they needed something to create some level of flow that wasn't just all of it blasting into the chamber at once. They were actually basically acting as a filter and creating eddies for the airflow to flow through to where, yeah, it was like very odd that somebody came up with the idea of if we just toss in enough beer cans. But that was the solution. It works.
I'm sure the team contributed to that, just making that assignment.
So are you a student here, or?
I graduated from here. I graduated last
But yeah,
year with
that,
a computer networking degree.
Okay, so what are you doing now?
I work as an advanced repair agent
Problem
in
is
Swan.
dealing with
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's a little like help desk jobs, like that.
Hey,
You know.
you've got to get that first year or two of experience however you can, and then
Exactly.
then you get to do more fun things.
Yeah, I mean, I've been applying
How do I
around,
find
you
a
know,
modern
but
machine
kind
that
of
works SCSI
market
cars
at the moment,
into?
so at least I'm getting experience in general.
There you go.
If you're dealing with
Well, then you're in the right
engineers,
place to
are
learn
they
other skills and other
accept that
and
these
meet
libraries
people,
are
meet lots of
similar
people.
enough
Yes.
that their
It's
engineering
a
software
huge
won't
bit of
be
it.
rounding slightly different.
I would be unemployed right now if it weren't for my network.
an issue with their measurements.
Yep, last
So.
3 jobs I've gotten is because I know somebody who was, I know someone who knows someone who was hired.
Ah,
So
that's nice.
it definitely helps.
It definitely does.
Well, thank you all for hosting. I appreciate you volunteering your time.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, and if you want a hat or a shirt, come down to the expo hall. I'll hook you up.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. That's just off this site.
think I'm supposed to be here.
Are you Jack Brown?
I am Jack
Okay,
Brown.
yes, this is the right group.
Great. Yeah. Can I plug in down here in the floor box?
Oh yes, yes you can. There's also, well I guess that would be more out of your way than over here.
Oh, this is fine. I won't be standing over here. Should have turned around.
Yeah, and the HDMI is right there. Okay, there we go.
I don't know what just happened here. This is no longer me.
It changed the other display.
No, that's not my machine.
Yeah, it's this
Yeah.
machine right here.
Oh.
That's why I was like, it says that someone's remoted in, which we have someone kind of remoted in, just to like monitor things to make sure that if things are not running, then they'll be fine. Did it somehow switch?
I am using, I can try
It's
doing
working,
this.
so let me contact or support that. Okay, someone who's a little bit more familiar with our
Okay.
video systems coming, because under strict instructions to not touch anything because the school has it set a certain way, and so if we mess it up, it's the whole
Makes
thing.
Worst case, I can do the say anything. Just hold my laptop above my head.
It's like, can you guys see this from over here?
it's showing up here.
It's actually just showing a remote desktop image. Let's see.
It's weird that it's like.
Oh yeah, it is
So
showing
it's-
up there, but it's not
just somewhere between the
Yeah.
like screen capture.
But the
and
thing that's
projector.
weird is that everything's plugged in exactly how it was before. So I think it swapped what what screen the projector's showing. But it's giving you a little
I
trouble
think the
because
projector
it's-
might be frozen. Where's the remote?
Is it not this remote right here?
That's mine.
Oh, that's
No,
yours.
there should be one for the projector for this. Because it is not updating at all.
Okay. Goodness, I have horrible spatial.
On the screen. 48, 49.
And that's
Good thing
That's just how
it's
much-
ticking down,
so,
so we need to be worried about.
You have someone remotely accessing the machine to monitor if
Yeah.
something goes wrong with OBS.
But
So, just so that it's all
okay.
Okay.
Ah, great. Another 5 minutes. Is that? I suppose we should probably turn a light out when we start. I think that's probably good.
Well, that's the opposite of what I was hoping you would do. If you want to try. How's your opposite side? I mean, it's enough that we can clearly see the screen.
Better, yeah.
So.
If it's an ongoing problem, I can try to make them larger, but I might mess other things up, so let's wait and see. too nice out there to be inside.
I mean, this is the last session of the day.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so at least you get to enjoy the outdoors after
True.
this.
Just preparing here. All right, should I go for it? Hello. I'm going to go ahead and start. Get my slides back up. So, if you are here for earning applause, writing delightful CLIs with Rust, you're in the right room. If you're not here for that, you're in the wrong room. Thank you for coming. I've been coming to Linux Fest for about like 10 years or so, and it's always one of my favorite tech conferences, so I'm thrilled to get to present this year. The working title for this talk was STI on the CLI, please your users with the clap. And my friends talked me out of submitting that title, probably for the best, or I probably wouldn't be here. But I wanted to do a talk like this because I am an avid user of the CLI. I love it. I use it every day at work. So leading into who am I? I'm Jack Brown. I'm a site reliability engineer at an ed tech company called Parent Square currently. I'm a husband, father, I have 2 kids, dog and a cat. Serial hobbyist. I love all kinds of things, hobby machining, woodworking, hardware hacking. I've done a bunch of things over the years. I presented here actually once before, almost 10 years ago probably, that was on like home automation using Raspberry Pis all over the place. I'm on Team Vim, pretty much always have been, currently NeoVim. Longtime Arch user, probably a decade plus at this point. And generally I am interested in all interesting things. I got into being a site reliability engineer the usual way, studying liberal arts, have a degree in philosophy, joined the Peace Corps, decided all I wind up doing is picking up computers, so that's what I'm gonna do for a job. And with this talk, this is a biased talk. This is not intended to be objective or a course in writing command line interfaces. This is a rant, essentially, that hopefully is a little productive and interesting at the end. Things I stand for, 80 character terminals. We don't need more than that. We shouldn't use more than that. You have no idea how many Tmux panes I might have open or how large my monitor display might be. I use SSH heavily, so I want everything to work over SSH. I like color. I know people who overlap in almost all ways with my opinions, but also hate color in their terminal. I like a lot of color. I love man pages. They're very useful. They're helpful. I like leaning into the Unix system. And this is Unix only. I think life is too short for proprietary software, and I know there are other alternatives, but I've been a long-time Unix flavor user, long-time Linux user. And in other ways, like lower your expectations for this a little bit. I'm not a historian. I'm not an expert in this subject. This is also not a Rust lesson. I program primarily in Rust and have for years at this point. I love it. It's my favorite language. But we're not really going into Rust here. We're looking at how you can use Rust to write a great CLI. And it's also not really a tutorial in the sense of like, this isn't something you can necessarily follow along with while we do this. I hope it inspires you to go out and look at the docs and see what's possible and how easy it can be. And we only have 30 minutes, so it's going to be fast. The LLM effect not in the room. None of this was LLM generated. I use an LLM all the time at work as part of my job and for hobby side projects. It's a ton of fun. I feel like if I'm going to travel all the way to Bellingham, all the way, I'm from Seattle, but if I'm going to come up to Bellingham and we're all going to be here in a room together, I'd love to hear the thoughts that people have. So these are my human-to-human thoughts that I'm sharing with you. It's also not, it's not a history talk, but we're going to start out with a very, very brief history of like a little bit of how we got to CLIs and how I think that informs their strengths and why we want to use them. What makes a good CLI? A hit list a little bit of like, what are some really bad examples of CLI behavior that sort of inspired me to make this talk, things that I beat my head against the wall. I was like, why are people doing this? And then we'll look at how to actually build one at the end, kind of step by step. So we started out, you know, like, well, again, I'm not a historian, but we go back, we have a teletype. There's actually one down in the exhibition hall, which I highly recommend checking out. I've always wanted one. I wanted to hook it up to Slack, so like when people send me messages, the teletype spits it out at work. But they're working on paper. There's high latency. The CLI ultimately is this. It's a typewriter. You type, you send it off, you get a message back, you type back. It's a conversation with the computer. And even then, as we advanced through time, we got to things like the VT100 terminal, which looks more or less like our modern terminal emulator, but you notice it is small. You need to be dense. You need to be concise. You don't want to waste time. It's still a high latency connection. And now we're doing things over SSH. So I still like them today because of that efficiency. They were sort of formed in this crucible of necessity. And now that we don't have all the same necessity, they can be even faster, more performant, more useful. We get that. You have the shell history. So Control R, and you can go back and remember things you were doing. What they lack in discoverability, they make up for in repetition, programmability, all that kind of stuff. They're very portable. Like I said, over SSH. We actually have a very cool project that a coworker of mine did at work that is an internal tool that we could have written a web app for, but it was kind of complex in how it interacted with remote systems. And we had auth requirements and all these other things, and none of us are GUI programmers, so we actually wrote it as an SSH application. You deploy it, it runs a user space SSH daemon over TCP behind a load balancer. When the user connects, it actually shells out and pulls like a list of allowed users, checks their keys, and they can interact with it. You don't even have to know it's over the network. You can put it as a one-liner in a bash script and run remote commands through this thing, and all that just is handled behind the scenes. It's great. And as we're developing it, we can just run it locally. They're interoperable, text in, text out. It's the Unix promise, basically. I mean, that's the core of a lot of this. You can work with JSON, both in and output, with JSON parsers and libraries. And they're relatively, I think, very easy to write. And that's one of the things I love Rust, I love CLIs, and writing CLIs in Rust is the most joyful experience I think I've ever had programming any kind of category of thing. You have no like graphic stacks. Rust is already portable, so unless you're doing something odd, like the actual CLI kind of framework piece should just work on any platform that Rust targets. So what do we want in a CLI? What do I want? Like I said, it's highly biased. I want it to be consistent, I want it to be helpful, and I want it to be ergonomic. So I sort of touched on some of these things already, but you know, consistency, let's start there. Yeah, I guess we'll look at some good, bad, and ugly, mostly bad and ugly here. And how many of you have used AWS in general? Many of you, yeah. I think most of us were in industry. How many of you have used the AWS CLI? And how many of you have enjoyed using the AWS CLI? Yeah, I hate it. I use it a lot. I kind of know it now, or the parts that I use, but boy, can it be painful. So, consistency. The same flag should mean the same thing everywhere it's used, as much as possible. So here's an example from Pacman that's, I guess, a good example. Like I said, I'm an Arch user, I like Pacman. I have other complaints about Pacman, like why is it using capital flags for what I would say should be a subcommand? But L lists things. You can list files, you can list packages, you can list the contents of packages. Like, it's predictable. You get used to like, what am I looking for? I'm looking for files, that's an F. I want to list them, that's an L. Search is usually like a lowercase s, something. So for AWS, if I want to look at all my users, AWS IAM list users. Makes sense. This is a demo account, so there are no users in here, but like that's not the point. It works. So if I know how to list users, right, I can list my instances. AWS EC2 list instances. Wrong. You cannot. And what AWS says is maybe you meant to stop or start instances, which is even worse, because it's like, why on earth do you think that's what list, like what heuristic is being used to come up with that? So this fails all three. This is like, and this is one of my number one complaints with AWS, because even though I've learned a lot of quirks, I still can never remember which ones are, well, I don't want to, no spoilers here, but which one is, I guess we're already here. No, we haven't gotten there yet. So let's try to look at the help. AWS EC2-H. Oh, nope, I won't show you help, but I'll tell you that if you want help, you can run AWS help. So why not just show me the help right there? How hard would that be? How about the long form? I mean, I already know this isn't going to work, but -- help? No, same thing. Look at the help. Why wouldn't you support that? Man AWS, maybe, right? I installed this with my package manager, with Pacman. No manual entry for AWS. So all the normal ways I would expect to be able to use the help are missing. And granted, it's telling me what to do, but why should it have to be doing that? So okay, I'll cave, I'll read the manual, AWS EC2 help, and that looks like a man page to me. So someone somewhere is writing things that really should just be man pages, and they should be installed with the package, and they should support the -h, -- help flags. If any of you work at AWS, give them my feedback, please. And as an aside that I hit while trying to prepare this slide, although I've hit in the past, pagers. So pager is the thing, if you use Git, like Git if, it opens it in a pager, like a program like Less or More or whatever, that allows you to page through the content in a multi-page way, and most of them allow you to do things like searching with / or question mark, things like that. So AWS does that as well. And when I tried to run like AWS help and pipe it through, or AWS command output, actually I think I hit it first with the list users example, and pipe it into this tool copy to put it in my buffer, or my clipboard buffer, it doesn't work because it invokes the pager exits, and then there's no content to send to the program on standard out. So I looked for help about how to fix that, and you see Git and AWS are similar. There's a -- no pager flag. AWS for some reason calls it no CLI pager, which I don't know why the CLI is in there, because like what other kinds of pagers would we have? And that does allow you to copy the output of list users, but ironically it doesn't work if you use help. And I'm assuming that's because they're parsing the help argument before they parse the global flags, because they figure if you're asking for help, they don't care about your other flags. But that means like there was no way for me to programmatically pipe the help output into anything. So I had to like dump it to my terminal and then highlight it, copy paste it. All right, on to don't make me type too much. Which in this case, mostly what I mean is support short flags. So if you have options, and the more common they are, the more important this is, do the single character flag format. So here's a great example from Git. Again, many people have many feelings about Git. I actually like Git, and I think one thing it actually does very well is provide ergonomic, flag argument usage. Git commit -h does work here, and then -m for a commit message. It also supports -- message, which is nice when you're scripting something, because even if you're familiar with the CLI tool, which is where short flags shine, future readers may not be. So you kind of support the best of both worlds, legible and power users. And then Git actually does something very cool that Clap does not, which is that bracket no message as well. So you can sort of forcibly override that there is no message, although I don't actually know what the use case is for that with Git. So the more time you spend in the terminal, the more valuable you find these short flags. All right, on to color. So color is great, I love it. However, similar copy-paste problem here, because I've noticed that pasting programmatically is a great way to find all the weird edge cases in CLIs that nobody tried. They just looked at it and called it good. So Terraform, which I also use a lot at work, Terraform plan uses color by default, which is great by default. But, and I knew about this already because I sometimes will want to take a plan and then copy it and paste it, send it to a coworker, paste it into Slack or in another Git commit or in a pull request or something. Copy works, but Terraform does not detect that you don't have like a terminal emulator attached to your standard out, that it's not displaying it, that it's actually being piped, and it doesn't turn off the color. So you wind up with these like terminal control characters actually in the text string. And then depending on what you paste it into, if it's not color aware and doesn't know what to do with those, like this copy program is trivial, it just bytes in, bytes out, it dumps them back out when you go to paste it. And Terraform does have a flag for disabling color. I guess I don't have it in here. But you have to explicitly turn off the color if you're going to paste it or redirect it. You know, if you want to redirect that to a file, it just dumps all those terminal color characters in there. And then if you open or read the file with something that isn't kind of terminal escape sequence aware, it's mangled. So short versus long flags. This is an interesting one, and there seem to be two camps on this. I looked a little bit into the history of this. The original flag origins coming out of Unix, they probably actually predate that in some form, were the single dash, single character. So you didn't have the notion of a long flag. Everything was single character, very terse. Again, think about those old terminals. And it meant that you could also smash your arguments together. So, K1, like sort uses K for, I think it's the column that you're sorting on. So you can do sort dash K1 with no spaces. And it's unambiguous because you're using a short flag, and so the argument the flag is only one character, so the argument must be the next thing. Then someone decided that we needed long flags, which I agree with. I think that makes sense, but they kept the single dash. So that meant that you could no longer unambiguously parse something like K1. Is that a long flag called K1 that may take then an argument? Or is that a short flag K and 1 is the argument to that flag? So that created ambiguity. And then GNU, although I've also read that it technically predates GNU, but I think GNU is what made this widespread and popular, adopted the double dash for long flags, which is what I prefer, what I recommend. I think it's clearer when you read it. It allows you to stack the flags, so like dash K or dash NK with sort, something I do all the time. The N is numeric, the K is the column, so you dash NK1. That's sort numerically by the first column. And then it allows you to do the double dash long flags when you want to be less ambiguous. So there's some further reading there if you want to dig into more of this history, which I do find fascinating, but I'm already low on time.
Do you think they should always have the equals too?
No. I'm sort of ambivalent on that. I prefer to type less and faster, so I generally do no equals and spaces. But I see that largely as a style, and at least in the case of clap, it'll work either way. Positional arguments, or AKA, how the hell do I use find? Every time I try to use it. So this is an example. Find, in particular, is a very complicated version of this, but it has all of these flags that are also positional. Other things use subcommands that are also positional, like the order matters, or sometimes has multiple arguments. I mean, some of these are obvious. CP for copy, copy from to. I think that one's fine. That's like pretty unambiguous. But in the case of find here, so this is me trying to remember how it worked. I was trying to find my cargo.toml, or cargo.toml files that were not in the vendor directory, starting from the local current working directory. So my first attempt was, well, I'm going to prune the path vendor. So I want to prune vendor, and I want to find everything named cargo.toml. That doesn't error, it just returns no results. Okay, so how about, but I know there is a cargo.toml there. How about find path vendor, and then prune after that? Because I know this is kind of positional, so I'm going to say, like, okay, I've built up like a phrase here of the path, and I'm going to prune that, and then I'm going to look for things that are named cargo.toml. No, that doesn't work either. You need the dash O in between them, which means or. So if the path is vendor, then prune it. Otherwise, if the name is cargo.toml, find it. So it works. I think they could have done a better job of this. And the relevance, largely to what I'm trying to say here today, is like, think about how people are going to use the program, and don't make things order dependent if you can avoid it. I don't have a concrete example here for find because it does do so much, but one like naive thing here would be to just make one flag, prune path. And whatever path I give that, ignore things that match that. That's closer to something like grep or ripgrep, which adopts a similar pattern of adding like an ignore flag. You can give it a glob and just say ignore things like that. Like that, then it doesn't matter where you put it. We're kind of composing them together. And then global flags. Things, and the two that drive me insane if they're not present are -h/-help and -v for verbose, which is, I guess that's a twofer. Like, use -v for verbosity by default unless you have a really good reason not to do it, because it's so common, so ubiquitous. It's that discoverability and pattern matching. And then make them global, because nothing frustrates me more than I've typed out a whole long thing of some complex command. I got an error. I need to look at the help. I try to just add -h at the end, back up my history, add h, and it says like, we don't know h there. Like, you need to go back and run it without any of your arguments, because once you start parsing arguments, we assume you're not trying to use the help. So make it global. Let the user put it anywhere. It does cause conflicts, because then you can't use it if you have another argument where h would make sense, which actually we will see in the demo application. But I personally think the -help as a global flag is more valuable. Like I said, it's a talk of hot takes. And NVARs. Please support NVARs. You never know where or how someone is going to be using your tool. They may be running it somewhere, like CI is a common case for this, where they want to program it via injecting config dynamically at runtime. They might want to put it in a script and accept their own arguments and set them, globally via environment variable. If you have anything that's sensitive, like secrets, environment variables are not optimal for this. They don't solve all problems, but they're often far better than somebody having to commit a secret on the command line or execute it somewhere that might get logged, etc. This also covers, I don't think I have a dedicated slide for this, but sane defaults. So this is Concourse, which is a CI tool that I have mixed feelings about, but it does this part great. Default to things that are safe and sane, like in this case, the peer address is defaulting to localhost. This being a peer address that's going to go out and reach to is probably less relevant than the bind IP, which I think it actually gets wrong. It by default binds to 0.0.0.0. That is all interfaces on your machine. If you happen to be running this on something with a public IP or that's publicly routable and the port is open, you're now accepting traffic, perhaps that you didn't intend to on that port. A very common use case for things like this is to put them behind like a local load balancer. You may be running something like Nginx on the same box in front of this or in a multi-container networking setup. And you might just assume that, oh, well, I'm putting it on port 8080, so it's fine. But if you don't have a firewall that's blocking that, it's now listening to the world. OK, so whirlwind tour is done with the presentation part. Now onto the demo and what we're building. So I wanted to design something, a CLI that was trivial and covered, or I didn't want the challenge to be understanding what we're trying to do with the CLI. So I decided we're going to call it shapes, and it's going to calculate area and volume for a few different kinds of shapes. Figure that way, like, we lower the cognitive load on like what are we trying to do here, and we can just focus on what is the CLI doing. And we're not going to support units of any kind, like cubic inches versus inches, square inches, etc. Okay, and now we get to clap. So what is clap? How many of you know what clap is aside from this talk? Okay, how many of you have written command line tools with clap? Cool. It is a way of building CLIs in Rust that's intended to be very ergonomic, and it works. It has two fundamental modes. It has a mode that's very similar to other CLI builders, like Python has one I can't remember the name of right now, that allows you to kind of programmatically construct your CLI. You create a struct, and then you call functions on it to add methods and flags, or arguments and flags and things. And then it also has another version that I much prefer, which is the derivable version. And this it kind of inherited by absorbing an older project, which I had been using before clap, called struct-opt. And struct-opt only did the derived version of this, and so they combined forces, and it's wonderful. And the idea with this, and this is the mode I'm going to use, because this is the mode that I think sets this apart from other tools and other languages, it allows you to just kind of decorate your structs. You define your data structures, and this is a very Rust approach to this too, I think. You define your data structures. I have a command that's going to have subarguments, and I can use my enum types to express subcommands and fixed constraint sets of options and choices and things. And then I'm just going to say, here's how I want this to turn into a CLI, and clap goes and makes it happen for us. So I'm going to switch here shortly to the demo repo, but just as kind of a crash course summary here, here's a Rust struct, and we are deriving. This is a way of like implementing interfaces essentially on structs automatically where possible. In Rust, some things are derivable using the macro system. So we're driving debug, which is just to be helpful. And then parser comes from clap. So I'm saying this is a thing that you can parse from command line arguments. And then we're giving it some styling. And then we've got 3 fields in there, and one of them is our verbose flag that, as I've requested, is short and long. We count it, so the more you pass it, the more verbose we can be if we want. And we make it global. We have a format, which is default text. It's also global. We'll get into what this is about. This is about text versus JSON output formats. And then we have a subcommand, so we start getting into our tree of functionality. And notably, what you don't see here is anything related to help. Because by default, clap just gives you help. Well, actually, it might be a feature you have to opt into when you include it as a dependency, but you don't have to program it. You can, of course, override it, tweak it, change it. And so on the left, I have a list of features that I kind of talked about on the slides, mostly with like naming and shaming things. But we're going to put all those features into our CLI here. And then we're also going to put in, we didn't really talk about this, but short subcommand aliases. We're going to have subcommands. We're going to allow you to be terse with those as well. We're going to allow you to opt into getting JSON output, but we'll default to text. And then we'll provide autocomplete as well. OK, now the demo. I guess while I'm doing this, anybody have any questions right off the bat before I go into this? Great. I'm going to switch this so we're mirrored. OK. Is that large enough for everyone to read? OK. So I've got this repo here. This is our CLI. And I structured this as a series of Git commits that kind of build as we go. And I initially wanted to figure out how I could put this into slides, because like I don't want to be too live in my demoing here, and we're very compressed on time. But I couldn't figure out a way to like do that effectively, and because I want to run the program, and look at the output, and all that kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a git rebase all the way back. That is not what I wanted. Is it? Oh, right. There we go. And we're going to go through and watch me blunder through Git. That's not what I wanted. We're going to go back and edit every commit. We're going to say that that's what we want to do. And so now we're back with the first 2 commits. So I'm going to show the first commit. Sorry, messing with this. Nothing better than a live demo of live demoing. There we go. It's a little more attractive. So we've got, what I did here was use cargo init -- bin shapes. Just give me a new cargo binary project. It creates a cargo.lock file for us automatically, but then, whoops, I ignored that in a later commit. And it automatically generates our cargo.toml file, which has like metadata about what the project is. Licensing, I license it AGPL, as I prefer to do with all code that I write, not for work. Which I prefer to do with code I write for work too, but they don't let me. And then I added a struct called CLI. That, I mean, you pick whatever convention you like. I like to be short and clear, and this is kind of my pattern I've settled into. And I derive parser on it, and then I replace the hello world in the main function with CLI : parse. So that's calling the equivalent of like a class method on that struct. And that's it. Clap's going to do the magic now. So if we do cargo run, it compiles, and it does nothing. if I use help, I've already got basic help. If I try to pass it something garbage, it says unexpected argument, right? So it's parsing args, it's relatively strict in what it accepts, like it won't let you pass it garbage and silently do nothing or the wrong thing.
Does it do autocomplete at this point?
No, it doesn't. We have to wire that up. And we'll do rebase continue. So I'm kind of abusing Git here a little bit. And so now in our next one, I'm adding what are called in Rust doc comments. So Rust has two kinds of comments. Well, technically a few more, but we have two slashes, kind of C-style comments. Those are just inline code comments, put them anywhere, do whatever. Then we have triple slash, which is a doc comment, which means that when you run cargo doc, Rust, the cargo/Rust compiler will automatically generate beautiful documentation for you, which can be the subject of a different talk, but I highly recommend using them heavily. But clap decided to capitalize on that and say like, oh, okay, well, we'll just use those to document your CLI for you. So you get a triple win here. You document your code, that gets turned into beautiful Rust, like online HTML documentation, and now when you run help, we'll just give that in your help output for you. And so now we're starting to build out the command. I've added a subcommand, which I called subcommand, and that has one, and that is an enum, or like a linear type, or what would be there's a C, I can't think of it now. And we have one variant in there, one discriminant called area. So I said we were going to do area and volume. We're starting with just area. And then inside there is another enum called shape. And we only have one shape we support right now, which is square. So you can calculate the area of a square, which is extremely exciting. And it takes one argument, which is length. And you can see here, we have the derive at the top, like we talked about. This is a way of kind of auto-implementing traits. But the way that those derives work is that Rust runs a preprocessor macro, essentially, on the source code before the compiler gets it, and which is itself a program somebody else wrote. So in this case, the parser implementation written by clap is going to get a token stream of the struct, or in this case, the enum that I derived it on. And it can use things like the hash clap directive there, right above length. That's not a Rust thing in the sense of the compiler. The compiler doesn't know anything about what the hell it's supposed to do with that. But clap in the token stream can see that and say, okay, the next thing following this, length, needs to be turned into a flag instead of a positional argument. By default in clap, everything's positional. So you have a struct with 10 fields, no decoration, you're going to get 10 positional arguments. In this case, we're going to get one argument that's a flag, and I'm telling it I want short and long flags for this. By default, it'll use the first character for the short flag. And then, now in our main function, we can actually match on the subcommand, which gets parsed up there with the let CLI equals CLI : parse. Once it's parsed, we know that we have a valid struct, like all the Rust type constraints hold. So we can go ahead and match on the subcommand. We only have one match for each of these, but it's going to be an area, and then we match on shape. It's going to be a square. We extract the length field, and we call length to the power of 2. And then we print the value. So now I can run cargo run. If I run, whoops, help, I need the double dash to separate my help flag to my program versus to cargo run itself. So I see now I've fleshed out the help output from my doc comments. And so now I can run area, square, length, 2, and we get 4. Huzzah. All right, now we'll continue. Now we're going to add environment variable support. This is a trivial one. We do have to add a clap feature. So this is a way of opting into certain compiler branches when we pull in a dependency. In Rust, all dependencies are shipped as source only. I think this will change over time. It's part of why Rust has the slow compilation reputation, because there's no way to get just like a pre-built linkable library for Rust crates. So everything's statically built and linked when it's pure Rust. So you can link to things like libc. But so we're saying I want you to pull in all the env code and compile that as well. It's not a default feature, so I opt in. And then I just add comma env to my argument. And when I do that, and we go back here, if we run help, we can see that now in the help output, clap adds that env hint length equals. And carrying on again. Now we're going to handle the verbosity flag. So I'm doing two different things here. We're adding another flag, but I'm saying I want the action for this flag. This is a clap convention, which you can think of this almost like a plugin. I want to handle this argument in your parsing clap with the count action. So I want you to allow the user to pass -v or -- verbose as many times as they want and just count each one you get. Don't consider it an error. Don't just make it binary, like true or false. And then I also want you to make it global. And then I'm manually, so usually what I do with this is I use the tracing crate a lot to integrate tracing, like very rich evented tracing and spans and everything. But in this case, I'm just kind of hacking. I'm saying like if CLI.verbose is greater than 0, then we're going to debug output our CLI struct itself. So we can do run again. So we get the same behavior here. If I add a -v, I dump the struct shape. If I add more v's, you'll see the verbose count went up to 5. But we're not doing anything different if we do that. Normally what I do, again, I map that to levels. So you have like trace, debug, etc., info. And so there's something else I was going to say there, but.
Like a usually quiet argument too. Does it have that?
Yeah, there's often a quiet. I don't think clap does anything by default with that. I remember what it was. These should be stackable, so I should be able to do this, and that works. The short flags will, by default, allow you to stack them. So now we're going to add aliases. So, like I said, I hate typing long things. These aren't that bad. In reality, I don't know if I would add aliases to this project if I were going to ship it. But let's say area was longer. So I can add visible aliases. Clap supports visible and invisible aliases, so you can have sort of like secret aliases. I'm not sure exactly what the use case is for that, but the visible aliases will be displayed in the help output. And so I just went around and I kind of added that everywhere. And in the case of the length, I thought, you know what might confuse people is it's a square, so is it length or width? Like, it doesn't technically matter, I just need a side. So I added a visible alias for width and a short alias W. And so now if you run help again, we see that we get aliases at the end there. I'll show you how you can use it. And then our subcommands, I guess we probably don't see that because we've already selected one. We go here. Our subcommands hint aliases you can use. And I'm realizing now something I forgot to do. This is spilling over 80 columns, which violates my 80 column rule. Unfortunately, in clap, there's a directive you can add to say like limit it to 80 columns in the output, which is usually what I do. Okay, now we're getting a little more interesting here. We're going to add support for volume. So we're adding variants. We're following basically the same pattern. We're kind of stamping out more copies of the same thing. They look almost the same. We have a cube. For a cube, it's going to be the same. We only have one side we care about. And we're extending the shape matching, and now we're going to the power of 3. I'm not even going to bother running that because we're already over time. And okay, here's just adding even more volumes. So I'm not going to dwell on this because I think everything in here is stuff we've seen before. We're just adding cylinders now and rectangular prisms. All right, man pages. Here's a more interesting one. So now we're adding build dependencies. We have to add, so Cargo supports running a build.rs file before it compiles your primary program. And then the output from that build file can output artifacts that can then be compiled into your resulting build. It can also do things like what we're going to do here, which is basically almost use it like a preprocessor step. If you were using make, you could handle this separately if you wanted via the make ecosystem. And so we need to tell Cargo that when we run a build, our build.rs is going to need clap and clap mangen. We have to put clap in both places because technically the two compiler phases, like stages, are fed separate sets of dependencies. And then, let's see, we have build.rs. I don't know why that didn't show up in that diff. And I refactored, I'm not going to go into detail on this, I refactored our CLI definitions out of main.rs and put it in CLI.rs so that I could use this include macro, which is going to be, again, like pre-compiler declaration to basically put it in both places. So we can have it in our main and in our build file and not have to redeclare it. And then we use this clap mangen create generate to, so we basically, the CLI : command constructs your command from the type definitions. And we pass that to the clap mangen generate to, and we tell it to put it in the /man directory in the local location. So you can imagine using this during packaging. If you were doing a build for a distro, like you could generate your man pages here and then put them into the tarball correctly. So here what we've got in our man. And it does this kind of like get, or I think pretty commonly with Unix-y sub things with subcommands, you have the main command dash and then the subcommand. So now if I go man shapes, whoops, .1, I get a man page. And it's basically the exact same output that you get with -h, but you can, like for my personal projects, I'll add a make file that installs these locally, or sometimes I package them for Arch, but usually I'm too lazy for that. We're almost done. This one is showing how an ergonomic way to add like options and choices. So I want to this is a trivial example, but I want to say by default we output text, but if you want JSON output to like parse it and do something else with it, you can specify format JSON. So we add this short and long flag called format that is an enum type down the bottom there, text and JSON. We default it to text. It's global, so you can be in the middle of a whole command chain and realize, oh, actually I want this as JSON. It's going to be easier for me to read as JSON instead of a table. That's a common use case I have for it. And the important thing that I really want to draw attention to here is that clap value enum decorator in the drive. That allows clap to essentially understand that this implements a trait that is kind of enumerable. Like it is a bounded known quantity. And so now when I run help, I get format. And again, because it's global, you notice I ran help on area square. But it pulls in all the global arguments and dumps them in there because it's proactively helpful, unlike AWS. And under format, it says default text, possible values, text, JSON. So I know what I've got. And if I go add a new discriminant to that enum, like YAML, it's just going to show up. I don't have to remember to go update documentation. And what was this one? Oh, this is actually now consuming the formats. This is how I consume it. This is just basically straight Rust. I match on the format, and then I did manual JSON construction here. I would never actually do that. In real life, I would use Serday JSON, which is kind of the de facto Rust ecosystem. JSON library. Okay, here's adding autocomplete. It looks just like mangen. I had clap autocomplete or clap complete, and I think both of these crates are actually maintained by and in the same code base as clap. They're maintained by the same core team. I create your autocomplete, and we just drop the command into the autocomplete, and I'm only doing Zush, Z shell, because that's what I'm running right now, but it supports a bunch of shells. And now if we do a build, we get shapes, and if I source autocomplete, what am I doing wrong here? Source complete shapes, and then run shapes, I get tab completion, area, etc. Although, oh yeah, so I need square, and now I get like the length help there. And finally, color, because I like color. Clap themes is a crate that I actually made because Clap, I think V3 had color output, and it was great. And then V4 or V5, one of them, they just decided color should be a third-party thing. We don't do color anymore. We do bold or something. I don't know. And it pissed me off, and I got tired of constantly trying to declare a color palette for every CLI because I didn't really care. I made this crate Clap themes that it's trivial. It just allows me to have portable color that matches patterns, and I would welcome contributions if people have ideas for fun themes. This is one I just tried to clone what they'd been doing in the V3 Clap, and you notice it looks like Cargo. For those of you familiar with Cargo, I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that's because it's the same group of people all working on this stuff, and I think that might be the end. Hey, we successfully rebased. Yeah, that was it. So, back to, whoa. Okay. There we go. Thanks for coming. Yeah, thank you for coming to the talk. The source code is posted there. It's trivial, but if you wanted to look at it as a starting or jumping off point, I am Yikes on SourceHut. I stay away from GitHub as much as possible. And then there are a bunch of resources I put there that go into far greater depth than I did here on CLIs. And some of them directly conflict with each other or with things I've said. So there are a million opinions on this, but they're all interesting reading, and you can always learn something from them. And as you can probably get a sense, this could have been like a 3-hour talk / workshop / we could go on, because there's a lot to cover here. And Clap does so much more than we looked at. But this gets us like 90% of the way to a command line interface that people will enjoy using. And that's what I'm about. So, thank you.
Okay, if anyone signed up for the raffle is going to be starting right now in G Building.
How would you implement like an autocomplete, like a lookup function? Like if you're typing and you want to look up a list of servers or something like that, or make a HTTP request.
Oh, interesting.
It's like a Kubernetes. You can do control and then type pods, and then it will look up your pod list.
Off the top of my head, I have no idea in Clap. I don't know if that's supported. I know that in general, the way the auto completion works is that they dump what is ultimately kind of a shell script.
Yeah.
That's almost its own parser, that parses incomplete content. So
you can't just write a method.
Yeah, my guess would be there's no good way, unless it could get really funky, but in theory you could, if your CLI had like a list instances subcommand, you could maybe somehow tell Clap to like invoke your command with this argument and then take that as the autocomplete.
Do the same group thing.
Yeah, or something to that effect. Yeah. That's interesting. I'll think about that because that would be really useful.
That's a huge win for a lot of those things in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think what I've started doing for that use case, like I have a tool that I use to jump into remote machines or containers. Like I want to go into like a container, or sometimes I want to go into the underlying host, and that I actually did as a TUI using Ratatouille. And so that one you start up, and it like on startup just queries all your instances, and then you can tab between I want to see my containers versus the machines, and you hit enter, and it then execs SSH for you.
So do you like TUIs as well, or do you have a lot of opinions about that?
I do. I think I have fewer. Like the higher up the graphics interactive stack you go, the less I guess the less opinionated I am. Or I guess I have tons of opinions, but yeah, but like that's so far from my area of expertise. So I do like TUIs, but what I've found is, yeah, the friction is so much higher. Like the work that I spent to get that to work the way I wanted, versus like I could have done that in 15 minutes, in a command line context. it's hard to justify, I think.
Okay, that's really cool.
They do look really cool, and Rust, yeah, Rust has some great ones.
Have you ever seen a CLI tool that allows you the user to change what the flags mean, like in a config file?
Oh, right. Unfortunately, after I got locked
okay.
up.
Sounds good.
Are you talking like meta program it kind of? Like, say I want, like take the AWS case, like I want list instances to map to what you're calling describe instances. I have not ever seen such a thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
no
would just
problem.
make it too
Thank you, guys.
confusing to.
I can imagine that getting extremely bizarre. Like,
Yeah.
As a Vim user, one of the
Actors
things that
RAL.
frustrates me is always that you have to map keys to keys. I've messed with Emacs.
You guys need to like shut off the